Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our day 4 of NET Marathon Revision. So, before this, we already have had 3 days of marathon sessions for our NET, right? So, this is our day number 4, right? So, I really hope this series has been helping you all, right? Okay, so with that being said, so right now, for the next 1 hour, that is from 6 to 7, I will be doing with you all research methods. Okay? And then ma'am will join you for European literature. And then again, me and Khushi will do American literature. So this is how we will conduct the session today. So right now we are going to do research methods. All right? Good evening, everyone. Good evening and welcome to the session. So let's get started. Let me share my screen with you all because since it's research methods today, all of you will need to see the questions clearly and everything, right? So let me start by sharing my screen with you all. Good evening, everyone. Good evening and welcome to the session. Right. So do let me know if you guys can see the screen. Is the screen visible to you all? Research methods. I hope all of you can see the screen. Good evening. Good evening. Right. So now let's move forward. We have lots of questions to do within the next 1 hour. All right. So here's your first question. Take your time. Don't hurry because I know these things will take time. So take a reasonable amount of time and then answer. But don't go. Okay, let me mute you all. Otherwise, it will also, disrupt the audio of the live. Just give me a second. I will mute you all. Okay, now let me share my screen again. I'm sorry for this. But yeah. Yeah. So here's your first question. I hope all of you can see the question clearly. Yes. Which of the following in-text citations is incorrect? Which of the following in-text citations is wrong? You have to find out the wrong one. Stay focused, stay calm. Don't think about anything else, then answer. You are saying it is option 1. Let's see. It is option 4. 4. This one is wrong because comma won't be there. See, that's why I've also added the explanation. 4 is wrong. Okay. In MLS style, when a source has 3 or more authors, you use the first author's last name followed by et al. Without a comma between the name and et al. Okay. Et al means others. So this comma won't be there. This comma won't be there. So 4 is wrong. Got it? Okay. That's why I was telling you take time, then answer. Next, be careful, then answer. Suppose you're writing a paper and citing the following 2 different sources. Your first source is a book titled Climate Shifts by Jordan R. Smith, Anna Lopez, and David Shane. And your source B is a book called Weather Patterns by Jordan R. Smith and Anna Lopez. So according to MLA 9th edition guidelines, which pair of parenthetical or in-text citations currently distinguishes these 2 sources? You're saying 4 for this one? You're saying option 4 for this one, right? Okay, I'm getting mixed answers, 1 and 4, 1 and 4. Let's look at the answer. 1 is the correct answer. 1. This dot is not a part of the answer, okay? This is a numbering. Don't think this dot as the answer, okay? I just clarified. So within bracket, Smith et al. Dot 45 and Smith and Lopez 12. Okay, so option 1. Option 1. Okay. So now this is a match the following question. Take a look at it. What is COPE, Crossref, Ulrich's Web, ProQuest Global? What are these? COPE, Crossref, Ulrich's Web, ProQuest Global. What are these? I can show you the options now because this portion was so big I couldn't adjust the options within the same slide. Should I show you the options now? Yes. Yeah, let me show you the options. Sorry, because I couldn't adjust this entire thing on a single slide, so I had to do it in different slides. But I hope this works. Let's see. Let's look at the answer. It is option 1, A3. So COPE, Guidelines and Forum for Scholarly Publishing Ethics. Crossref, Infrastructure for DOI Registration and Citation Linking. C4, Ulrich's Web, Comprehensive Source for Bibliographic Data on Serials or Periodicals. And ProQuest Global, Extensive Database for International Dissertations and Theses. So COPE, it is the abbreviation for Committee on Publication Ethics, which focuses on integrity and ethics in the peer review process. Crossref, the primary agency that assigns DOIs, that is, digital object identifiers, to journal articles to make them findable and linkable. Ulrich's Web, a massive directory used by librarians to find information on all types of magazines, journals, and newspapers worldwide. And lastly, ProQuest Global. ProQuest is the primary global commercial repository for doctoral research. Clear? I hope it's clear to you all. Right. I tried to make the questions exactly in the net style of the last 3 net exams. I took inspiration from the papers of last 3 net exams, and in that style exactly, I have tried to bring the questions to you in adherence to the same style, same patterns, same areas almost, so that it might help you in the exam on 25th, right? So let's look at the next question. Arrange the following components in the correct order as they would appear in a formal academic dissertation. List of tables, appendices, acknowledgements, abstract, literature review, references, discussion. So arrange them in the correct order as they would appear in a formal academic dissertation. Stay calm, stay focused, then answer. So all of you are saying it is 333. Let's see. It is 2. It is 2. Surendra, you are right. 2. C, D, A, E, G, F, B. So the standard academic hierarchy is acknowledgements, abstract, list of tables, literature review, discussion, references, appendices. Acknowledgements, abstract, list of tables, literature review, discussion, references, appendices. हाँ, appendices will come एकदम last में. Acknowledgements एकदम first. Okay, clear? Please let me know if it's clear to you all, because the topic today is very, technicality based, technical, very precise, right? So just let me know after each question if it's going okay for you all. Right. Yes, yes. Which of the following is not a methodology typically associated with new historicism in literary research? Which of the following is not with new historicism? It is obviously a historical formalism is not there. A historical formalism which focuses solely on the text's internal structure will never be associated with new historicism. It's a very common sense question, right? New historicism specifically rejects formalism. Formalism treats a text as a self-contained object, whereas new historicism insists on researching the entangled relationship between a text and its historical context. So, historical formalism would be the answer. Correct. Next. Which bibliographical discipline utilizes mechanical evidence, such as compositor analysis and imposition patterns, to reconstruct the printing house workflow and resolve textual cruxes? Because we have seen questions coming from bibliography almost too many times by now. Yes, it is C. Analytical bibliography. Analytical bibliography. C is correct. Analytical bibliography. Correct. Next. Arrange the following core elements of a work's cited entry in the correct sequence according to the MLA Handbook 9th edition for a scholarly article found in a database. In what order would these elements come in a scholarly article of a database according to MLA edition 9? MLA edition 9. 11111. Let's look at the answer. 1. D, G, A, H, C, E, F, B. Okay. So the correct answer is option 1. MLA 9th edition uses a template of core elements that must use the following in a specific order. So first author, then title of source, title of container, other contributors, version, number, publisher, publication date, location. It will start with author and obviously end with location. Correct. Correct, correct. Arrange the following stages of the traditional method of textual criticism as formulated by Paul Maas in their logical sequence. I want you all to look up Paul Maas after this live session, because Paul Maas can be important for research methods. Arrange the following stages of the traditional method of textual criticism as formulated by Paul Maas in their logical sequence. You are saying one. Option one is the answer. Let's see. BCAD. So first, recensio means collecting all available witnesses and determining their relationships. Then examinatio, determining if the readings in the archetype are authentic or errors. Then emendatio, correcting the text through conjecture if the archetype is corrupt. And lastly, constitutio textus, the final establishment of the restored text. So BCAD. So first, recensio means you gather all manuscripts to build a family tree. Then examinatio, you then examine the base text archetype to see where it makes sense and where it is flawed. Then emendatio, only after identifying errors do you attempt to amend or fix them using logic or other sources. And lastly, constitutio textus, the final step is the reconstruction of the text as close to the original as possible. Okay. It's quite a big question, quite a chunky one. Which of the following statements are correct regarding MLA 9th edition formatting for numbers, dates, and inclusive ranges? Choose the most appropriate answer from the options given below. As you all know, MLA 9th edition will be very, very important. Easily, you can expect at least 2 questions from MLA 9 handbook. So, be very careful. Correct statements you have to find. I will give you proper time. Don't worry. Don't hurry. In the exam also, you will have enough time. So take your time, but answer the question correctly. Yes, 9th edition is available online only. Easily available. Okay. All of you are saying option 1. I will give a bit more time so that all of you can answer. Many are saying C, many are saying 1, 3. Okay. Now we can look at the answer. So A, B, C, B, C, E, A, C, E, B, D, E. Let's look at the answer. It is option 2, B, C, E. For inclusive page numbers, if the numbers are within the same 100, you should only provide the last 2 digits of the second number, like 263 to 667 or 100 to 205. That's correct. In prose, you should spell out numbers that can be written in 1 or 2 words and use numerals for numbers that require more than 2 words. For example, 300 but 351. E is also correct if a year must start a sentence. It should be spelled out. However, it is generally recommended to reword the sentence to avoid beginning with a numeral. So B, C, E only. I have added the explanation, that's why. See, statement A is false because September is abbreviated as sept, 4 letters in ML, not 3. So that's why statement A is false. Statement B is true. This is the standard MLA rule for condensing page numbers. C is true. This is the core MLA rule for numbers in prose. D is false. Seasons are lowercase in MLA unless they're part of a proper noun. That's why D is false. Is true, starting a sentence with a numeral is a style error in MLA. It must be spelled out or moved. So I hope now you have clarity with all the options. That's why I added these explanations very short, in very brief, because I knew there would be some confusion, right? So I hope now you have clarity with all the options, that why these are wrong, why these are right. Okay. So B is true, C is true, and E is true. A is false and D is false. Clear? Is it clear to you all? Okay. Next. According to Theo van Leeuwen's widely used framework for the legitimation of social practices in discourse, which of the following is not one of the four primary categories of legitimation strategies? Do look up Theo van Leeuwen. All of you are saying D or 4, right? Let's look at the answer. Naturalization. It is not one of the four primary categories of legitimation strategies. So which are the four primary categories of legitimation strategies? Authorization, moral evaluation, rationalization, and mythopoesis, which means legitimation through narratives or storytelling. These are the four categories: authorization, moral evaluation, rationalization, and mythopoesis, which means legitimation through narratives or storytelling. Clear? Right. Next question. Arrange the following steps of the research process in the correct chronological order. Arrange the following steps of the research process in the correct order. I hope the question is properly visible to you all. I hope the font size is perfect, right? It's not too small, I guess. Yeah. Many are saying 1, 2, 2, 2. I will give you a few seconds more. Think and then answer. Following steps of the research process. The correct answer would be 1, B, C, A, D, E, F. So first, literature review and identification of the research gap. Formulating specific hypotheses or research questions. Developing the research design and sampling strategy. Obtaining ethical clearance and data collection. Processing, analysis, and hypothesis testing. And lastly, generalization and dissemination of findings, which will lead to identification of the research gap. So B, C, A, D, E, F. Let's look at the explanation once so that it gets a bit clearer. So first, literature review. You must first see what has already been done to identify a gap. Then formulation. Based on the gap, you define your specific research problem or hypothesis. Then you come to design and sampling. So before you collect data, you must decide how you will collect it and from whom. Then ethics and collection, right? That is, institutional approval must be secured before actual data gathering begins. Then analysis, raw data is processed and tested against your initial hypothesis. And lastly, dissemination means the final step is sharing the results through reports or publications. I hope it's clear that how this entire process will be charted out in the correct order from the very beginning till the end. I hope there is no confusion. Yes, please let me know if there is no confusion. Okay. So are these questions helping you to revise all the major topics of research methods? I hope it's helping you. Yes? Okay. Okay. Right. Let's move on to the next question. Huh. Which of the following statements are correct according to the MLA Handbook, ninth edition? You have to choose the correct answers here. That which statements are correct about MLA ninth edition? This is a sure shot area from research methods. Easily you can expect two questions from MLA 9th edition. So it's a sure shot area. Correct statements from MLA 9th edition. A, C, E, B, D, A, C, D, E, A, B, C. You're saying 111. Right. Let's check then the answer. You are saying A, C, E, right? Correct. It is indeed ACE only. So if a source has three or more authors, only the first author's name is listed, followed by et al. Means and others, in both the work cited and the in-text citation. Correct. C is also correct for a source found on a website, providing the URL is mandatory. But the date of SS is generally optional unless there is no publication date. Correct. When citing a poem in text, use line numbers. Example, lines 10 to 12 instead of page numbers, even if the source provides page numbers. Okay, so ACE only. Okay, so A is correct. MLA 9th edition simplified this. For 3+ authors, you use et al. Immediately. B is incorrect. Titles of containers must be italicized, not placed in quotation marks. So that's why B is wrong. C is correct. URLs are required while SS dates are now considered optional. D is incorrect. In the MLA core elements template, both version and number are followed by a comma, not a period. That is full stop. E is also correct. For poetry, the convention is to use line numbers to help the reader locate the specific verse. Clear? Is it helping you to understand MLA 9 a bit better? Clear? No confusion? No doubt? Okay. I'm asking this time and again today because it's a very, technical area where every full stop, every comma, every semicolon will matter. So that's why. So clear. Right. Next. Which of the following statements accurately characterize the post-positivist approach to the epistemological dimension of research? Choose the correct options. Post-positivist approach of research. Keep that in mind. Do look up these things once again after your session gets over tonight so that you don't forget. Okay, let's look at the answer. You are saying C4, C3, 2. Okay, let's look at the answer. The correct answer would be B and D only. Post-positivist approach believes that all observations are theory-laden and subject to researcher bias. It also states that knowledge is conjectural. We can never be absolutely certain of the truth, only fail to disprove it. That's what this post-positivist approach to research means. That all observations are theory-laden and they're subject to the biases of the researcher. It also means that knowledge is conjectural. We can never be absolutely certain of the truth, only fail to disprove it. So B and D are correct about post-positivist approach to the epistemological dimensions of research. Clear? Do look up post-positivist approach in research. Okay, it can help you. Right. Next. For a research paper to meet the standards of a high-impact peer-reviewed journal, it should fundamentally incorporate what? It should have which components? Okay. You are saying two, 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 two. Let's look at the answer. You're saying ACD only. It is ACD. It should have an explicit articulation of the theoretical or conceptual framework guiding the study. Yes, absolutely. It should also have a critical synthesis of literature that identifies a specific research gap rather than a general overview, correct? It should also have transparent disclosure of methodological limitations and potential threats to validity. These are the components your paper should have. So A, C, D only. A, C, D only. Right. Next. Identify the incorrect works. Cited entries according to the MLA Handbook 9th edition. Incorrect citation you have to find. Incorrect citation. One, one, four, two. Why so different answers? One, 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 two, four. Okay, let's look at the answer. Let's look at the answer. Two. B and D only. B and D are incorrect. The question was to find incorrect citations. B is incorrect. Why? In MLA 9, scholarly journals must use these labels, volume and number, for volume and issue numbers. That's why B is incorrect. D is incorrect because MLA 8 and 9 strictly exclude the city of publication for modern books. A is correct. For two authors, only the first name is reversed, followed by a comma and and. C is correct. For three or more authors, use the first author's name, followed by et al. E is correct. Since the website title history.com is different from the publisher must be included. Clear? Do you want to have a look at this again? Because many of you went wrong. That's why B and D are wrong. Take a look at it. I will give you 1 whole minute. Look at it. Because after looking at the PYQs, you must have also realized these are the exact types of questions NTA will ask. So stay confident. Yes, I will send it to your WhatsApp group. Please remind me once again when I come for American, okay, that I will send this PPT. Clear? Okay. So let's move on to the next question. Uh, Ayyo, question khatam. Wait, why did I keep so less questions? I will ask you more, but in PPT we have done like around 20 questions, I think. Around 20, roughly 20. I think I should have included some more. Okay. Wait, let me ask you some more questions orally. But did you enjoy these questions in PPT? But this question's good? Okay. Okay. These are some of the PYQs I collected from various set exams. So I hope it will help you as well. Which philosophical approach asserts that knowledge of social phenomena can only be based on empirical observable data, rejecting metaphysical speculation? It is positivism. Positivism asserts that the knowledge of social phenomena must be based strictly on empirical observable data and logical analysis, entirely rejecting metaphysical speculation. So, positivism. C is correct. C is correct. Okay. Again, it's a question which has come many times in the last year in many exams. So take a look at it. What is the defining characteristic of post-positivistic research in the social sciences and humanities? Defining characteristic of post-positivistic research in the social sciences and humanities. Yes, the understanding that reality is subjective and researcher biases are inevitable. B is correct. B is correct. When a researcher states there is no significant relationship between teaching methodology and student performance, it is known as what? D, null hypothesis. D, null hypothesis. Null hypothesis. A research design that is focused on determining a cause and effect relationship between two variables is called experimental research. Experimental research. B is correct. Experimental research. Correct. Experimental research. Next. Which of the following sampling techniques is entirely based on the subjective judgment of the researcher rather than random selection? Purposive, purposive sampling. Purposive sampling. C is correct. Okay. Okay. I started sharing my screen by mistake. Sorry. In hypothesis testing, what does a type 1 error signify? In hypothesis testing, what does a type 1 error signify? C. Rejecting a true null hypothesis. C. Rejecting a true null hypothesis. Okay. Next, tell me. Action research is primarily defined as what? Action research is primarily defined as what? B. Research conducted to solve an immediate, specific classroom or organizational problem. There is action research. Action research. Okay? Right. Yes, I will send the PDF. I will. I will send it. Slides. Now I'm not sharing slides. Which research method is used to study the life, experiences, and cultural background of an individual or a small group in deep detail? Ethnographic method. Ethnographic method or ethnography. Ethnography. Correct. Next. What does the term validity refer to in research methodology? The extent to which an instrument measures what it is intended to measure. Correct. Next. What is the primary purpose of conducting a literature review? What is the primary purpose of conducting a literature review? To avoid duplicating past research and contextualize current study. Correct. Option B is correct. Next. Which document is primarily a structural overview of a researcher's proposed study before actual data collection begins? Research proposal or synopsis. In many places it is also called a synopsis. Right. When a researcher manipulates an independent variable in a controlled setting To observe its effect on a dependent variable, it represents what? True experimental design. True experimental design. Correct. True experimental design. Okay. Next. Which of the following is considered an example of a primary source of data? An autobiography of an author. B. An autobiography of an author. Right. Next. What does the term reliability mean in research? Reliability. C. The degree of stability and consistency of the test scores. The degree of stability and consistency of the test scores. Okay. Which of the following is an example of continuous variables? Which of the following is an example of continuous variables? Height of students. Height of students. Correct. Yes, and Ani Chamalar. Yes. Do you have any query? Are you raised by mistake? Which one? In the context of research ethics, what does plagiarism fundamentally involve? Presenting someone else's ideas or words as your own. Yes, this was easy. Next. If I mute the chat, how will people answer? It's since it's a marathon session, I have to let people answer, right? It will be too much chaotic if I enable and mute in every few seconds. Half of the time will go in that, and it will be utterly chaotic. I hope you understand that within every few seconds, it is very difficult to on and off, on and off. I hope you understand. Which scaling technique assigns numbers to objects or traits such that the distances between the numbers correspond to the distances between the objects? Interval scale. Interval scale. Okay. What is the fundamental characteristic of historical research? Correct. It investigates, records, and interprets past events. Okay. Now, this is a very interesting question. What do you mean by triangulation in research methodology? What do you mean by triangulation in research methodology? Triangulation. Using multiple methods, data sources, or investigators to study a single phenomena. To study a single phenomena. Which of the following is a non-probability sampling technique? Non-probability sampling technique. Snowball sampling. Snowball sampling. Okay. A researcher selects every fifth student from an alphabetically arranged list of 500 students. This is an example of what? Systematic sampling. Systematic sampling. Correct. And now let me get back to our PPT because I want to just point some aspects of it to you guys. So I hope you all got these questions. Yes, all of you answered correctly. So listen. So now, as per every question, I want you to take a note mentally of a few things. So which are the main areas you will look up once again before the exam? Which are the areas? I asked the video will be there on YouTube. You can just watch it once again. Okay, right. So as per every question, which are the areas you will need to look up once again before the exam? First is the area of in-text citations. First is the area of in-text citations. All of you, I hope by now, most of you have downloaded your MLA 9th edition ka handbook. Just before the exam, please make it a point to gloss through it at least once. And the most important portion of that handbook is the citation style. Right? The citation area is very, very important. So in-text citation, you will look up. In-text citation, very, very important. In-text citation according to MLA 9th edition. Clear? Right. Okay. Next, what changes do we see in in-text citations with increasing number of authors? What changes do we see in in-text citations with increasing number of authors? Clear? This is the next area that you should look up. Clear? Right. Again, such questions have come many times. Like, there's Shodh Ganga, ProQuest, all these things, right? They have already asked hundreds of questions from these areas, right? So make sure you know these websites, okay? What are these? What are they used for? Yes, Emerald 9th edition ka PDF is there online also, and it was shared also, I think, in the group, right? So this area is also very important. At least one question can be expected. Right. Then, in what order would elements appear in dissertations or articles? This is also a sure shot area. In what order these elements appear in articles or journals or dissertations? Okay, make sure you know the correct order. What comes after what? And again, these things have been clearly given in the MLA 9th edition handbook. Okay, right? So memorize the chronology really well, or try to memorize this visually. What is coming after what? Clear? Right. Next thing would be that you know these terms and just have a common sense of these things. Okay. What happens when these systems are used in research methods? Okay, clear? Right. Then bibliography. How many types of bibliography are there? Learn about them a bit. Okay, but make sure you know that how many types of bibliography are there. Clear? Are you all following me till now? You should know the types of bibliography, their functions and purposes, everything. Okay, clear? Right. Then again, the list of the elements in the work cited, entries of MLA 9th edition. Okay, the order in which they appear in the work cited list of MLA Handbook 9th edition. That's why I'm telling you, make sure that you go through this MLA 9th edition handbook at least once and go through the work cited or citation area most importantly. Okay, right. And in this, every comma, every full stop, every semicolon, every double inverted comma, every gap will make a difference. So make sure you look at the questions very, very carefully. Even a comma can make your answer go wrong. So you have to be extra careful when you go for these questions. All right. Okay. Then here we had Paul Maas. Please look up his contributions. Okay, as I told you after the session tonight. All right. Okay. Then formatting in MLA 9th edition. How the formatting happens in MLA 9th edition. How the page number is done. How date is given. How the margins are done. The spacing. Everything you should know. Spacing, margins, date, page number, font size, everything. How they are used in MLA 9th edition. Also, how inclusive language policy is used in MLA 9. Question has already come from that. How language inclusivity is promoted in MLA 9th edition. Clear? So formatting in MLA 9 is a must. Right? Okay. Then Theo van Leeuwen, major scholars in this area, whom you can look up once again. Right? Then yes, steps of the research process, a very favorite area of NTA. So many of you went wrong. Now that you have done this question once, I hope you will not go wrong in this. But before your exam, make it a point to go through this once again. Okay? Steps of research process. Right? Okay. Then again, MLA Handbook 9 and citation style in MLA Handbook and formatting according to MLA 9. Must. Okay? Right. So, yes. And post-positivist approach we have done already. Again, how the order happens in peer-reviewed journals. Very easy and very widely asked in NET exam. Again, citation. As you all have seen already in the last 2 to 3 years of a NT-NET exam, work citation will be asked. At least 3 questions will be there from a work citation. So every comma, every full stop, every inverted comma, where the title will go in italics, where it will be in double inverted comma. You should know these things really well. Okay? When the title of the work will be italicized, when it will be within double inverted comma, where there will be comma, no comma, full stop, colon, everything. You should know these things really well. Okay? Okay, it's already time.
I'm
So,
here.
oh, okay, okay, yes. I was,
I was just listening to you and enjoying everything that you were saying. How are you all today? Welcome to the session. How are you progressing? All good now? Yes, I can see that there is so much learning happening, that there must be so much excitement and confidence. Now we are going to talk about European literature. European literature is not a joke. There are many amazing writers. Good evening, everybody. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? You know why I asked? Because I want to ask you who is the author of Hunger Artist? Who is the author of Hunger Artist? Hungry for knowledge, correct. Hunger Artist is a short story by Kafka. Kafka. Do you know what is Gregor Samsa in Metamorphosis? What is Gregor Samsa in Metamorphosis? Is he? Oh, is it? There was paper one today that you can learn from. Yes. A salesperson, correct. Gregor Samsa was a traveling salesperson. Later only he became a cockroach. Right. Uh, which is this Russian novel which met with a lot of opposition in Russia, so much that the author was not allowed to receive the Nobel Prize. It is about a doctor called Yuri. He loves two women. Which is this novel I'm talking about? It is the novel Dr. Zhivago by Boris Pasternak. Dr. Zhivago by Boris Pasternak. Okay, if I say, if on a winter's night a traveler, this is a book from which they've asked many questions. In If on a winter's night a traveler, the first chapter is about the nature of writing. Am I right? Is the first chapter about the nature of writing? Yes, it is about the nature of writing. If on a winter's night a traveler is by, it is by, that is right, Italo Calvino. In which work of Italo Calvino do you see Marco Polo, Kubla Khan, Invisible Cities? It is in the novel Invisible Cities. Okay. In a place called Dalarna, during the 30 Years' War, a woman is running a canteen. Which is the play that I'm talking about? In a place called Dalarna. It is indeed Mother Courage and her children. Mother Courage and her children. Very good. If I say Bertolt Brecht derived the Caucasian chalk circle from a Chinese play, am I right? Did he derive it from a Chinese play? Yes, that is right. It is derived from a Chinese play. That is right. Okay. Um, Next in the line is, do you know who is the author of the short story collection Cosmic Comics? Who's the author of the short story collection Cosmic Comics? Have you any idea? I am asking about an author whom we already talked about. That's right. It is Italo Calvino. Italo Calvino wrote Cosmic Comics. Will you remember? Italo Calvino's works are important. They have asked about him several times. Okay. And it is possible that they can ask again. There is a trilogy that Italo Calvino wrote. Do you know the trilogy? It is called Our Ancestors Trilogy. Our Ancestors Trilogy. Some of these are PYQs. Okay, who wrote Danzig Trilogy? Gunther Grass. Is Luigi Pirandello an absurd playwright? Do you know he got Nobel Prize 2 years after Galsworthy? Yes, absurd playwright. Luigi Pirandello. His very famous work is Six Characters in Search of an Author. Did Luigi Pirandello write Henry the Fourth or Henry the Seventh? This is also a PYQ. Did he write Henry the Fourth or Henry the Seventh?
Okay. So tell me who has written the work The Joke. The Joke is a work written by Kafka or Kundera? Milan Kundera, correct. Milan Kundera. Okay, so Thomas Mann, he was a French writer or was he a German novelist? A French writer or a German novelist? He was a German novelist. When did Thomas Mann get Nobel Prize? Thomas Mann, when did he get Nobel Prize? In 1929, correct. 1929. Death in Venice is written by whom? Death in Venice, Thomas Mann, correct.
Continue to ask, Preeti. I'm so glad you stepped in. I will ask after a while. My internet connection went off.
Okay. Maxim Gorky, Gorky.
Gorky.
Gorky. Maxim Gorky was the real name of, very big name it is. I'll give you two options. Wait. Ivan Turgenev or the other, I'm typing in the chat box.
Alexei Maximovich Peshkov.
Yes. Alexei Peshkov. So it's the name of, yes, Alexei Peshkov. Yes, correct.
Maximovich.
Yes. The novel, The Mother, was first published in which year? The novel, The Mother, was first published in 1906. 1906. Yes. Dr. Zhivago is primarily what? Who the protagonist? Dr. Zhivago. That is Yuri Zhivago, who is the protagonist of Dr. Zhivago, is primarily what? Is he a doctor, a poet, or a soldier and a doctor? He is a doctor as well as a poet. A doctor as well as a poet. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Would you like to answer?
Yeah, I will. We sometimes ask you questions in a very simple manner because then you will be able to get it faster and you will feel triumphant. Okay, that's a method. Okay, it's not necessary to ask very difficult questions every time. Right. There is a character called Mahalke, Mahlke. He is the character in Cat and Mouse. Now tell me which is the author and what is the trilogy? Mahlke, Mahlke. Character in Cat and Mouse. Indeed, it is Gunther Grass's Cat and Mouse, and it is Danzig trilogy. Just now we spoke about it. Danzig trilogy. Tin Drum, Cat and Mouse, and Dog Ears. Right? Tin Drum has the character Oscar Matzerath. Oscar Matzerath. Who's the author of The Red Room, which is described as the first modern Swedish novel? The Red Room, described as the first modern Swedish novel. Sweden. So it is August Strindberg, the author of The Father, Miss Julie, Ghost Sonata, Strindberg, right? A Dream Play. I think he also wrote The Dance of Death. Okay. Caligula is a Roman emperor who deliberately manipulates his own assassination. Do you know who is the author? Caligula, a Roman emperor. He is deliberately manipulating his own assassination. Who's the author of this work? Albert Camus. Correct, Albert Camus. Right. In German, there is the term exile literature. A certain German novelist and short story writer, he fled to Switzerland from Hitler's Germany, and then he went to the USA. He was an exponent of exile literature, and he won the Nobel Prize also in 1929. Do you know the author? Who is this author? Author related to exile literature? It is Thomas Mann, correct. It is Thomas Mann. In which novel by Thomas Mann do you have the introduction of what is called leitmotif? The long hands of a family, the dark circles under a woman's eyes. These are all leitmotifs in that novel. Can you guess which is the novel? It is Buddenbrooks, the first novel by Thomas Mann. Correct. In which novel by Thomas Mann do you have Hans Castorp? Hans Castorp. Hans Castorp. Hanscastorp. Hans Castorp is in The Magic Mountain. Magic Mountain. Gustav Aschenbach is in Buddenbrooks. Sorry, Death in Venice. Gustav Aschenbach is in Death in Venice. All right. Do you remember who is the author of After the Fall? What is After the Fall? Do you remember? After the Fall. It is a play by Arthur Miller. Do you remember? I asked out of syllabus question. And who wrote The Rebel? The Rebel. After the Fall, I simply asked. The Rebel is by? The Rebel is by Albert Camus only. Albert Camus wrote The Rebel, like everybody is saying. Very good. In which novel is there an unexplained mass epidemic afflicting everybody in the city, and they start seeing white everywhere? They start seeing white everywhere. Do you know? It is Blindness by José Saramago. Blindness by José Saramago. Saramago. Saramago also wrote Seeing. Who wrote Ways of Seeing? Ways of Seeing. John Berger. It is indeed John Berger. Very good. It is John Berger. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you know Swan's Way is part of which work? Swan's Way is part of which work? It is part of In Search of Lost Time, or Remembrance of Things Past. Remembrance of Things Past. Do you know which is the first surrealist play? Have you heard of the first surrealist play? It is The Breasts of Tiresias by Guillaume Apollinaire. The Breasts of Tiresias by Guillaume Apollinaire. Are you aware of who is the author of Straight is the Gate? Straight is the gate. That is also PYQ. It is Andre Gide, Gide, the immoralist, the counterfeiters. Straight is the gate. Do you know which work, which play in French is a retelling of Orestes' Electra story? Which play in French is a retelling of Orestes' Electra story? It is The Flies by Morning Becomes Electra is an American play. Far from being French. Yes. The Flies is by Sartre, Jean-Paul Sartre. The Flies. He also wrote No Exit. No Exit. Okay. Which is the famous play with an old man and an old woman. They are waiting for invisible guests and they are finally jumping out of the window and committing suicide. Before they jumped out of the window, the old man wrote something on a board. That what did he write on the board? A very important message. What is that important message? In the ne, in the num, in w, n w, n w v. In the ne, in the num, in w, n w, n w v. Are you aware of this? It is the play The Chairs by Eugene Ionesco. Eugene Ionesco. What did Ionesco write based on a Shakespeare play? What did Ionesco write based on a Shakespeare play? Macbeth, Macbett. Adrian Leverkühn is a music composer. He wants to get syphilis so that he can compose crazy music. Which is the play? Which is the novel I'm talking about? Adrian Leverkühn. It is in Dr. Faustus by Thomas Mann. Dr. Faustus by Thomas Mann. Okay. In Miss Julie by Strindberg, what does Miss Julie do at the end? What does Miss Julie do at the end? She commits suicide. Harry Haller, a man torn between his Wolverine instinct and also human instinct. Where do you find this character? Harry Haller, a man torn between his Wolverine instinct and also his, it is Steppenwolf by Hermann Hesse. Steppenwolf by Hermann Hesse. Very good. Do you know who wrote the Rural Trilogy? The play, the rural plays of the Rural Trilogy. It contains The House of Bernarda Alba, Blood Wedding. It is written in Spanish. The author was killed during the Spanish Civil War. Federico Garcia Lorca. Federico Garcia Lorca. Very good. Where do you have the character Anna Fearling? Anna Fearling. Anna Fearling is in Mother Courage and Her Children. Where do you have the character Bernard Rieux, R-I-E-U-X? Bernard Rieux, R-I-E-U-X. It is in The Plague by Albert Camus. The Plague has an epigraph taken from? The Plague has an epigraph taken from Robinson Crusoe. The Plague has an epigraph taken from Robinson Crusoe. Correct. Hell is other people is a quote from? Hell is other people is a quote from No Exit by Sartre. What is the name of the autobiography of Sartre? Autobiography of Sartre. Les Mots, L-E-M-O-T-S. Les Mots. Where do you have the character Roquentin? Roquentin. Le Rougon. No. Roquentin. Yes, it is in Nausea, the novel by Jean-Paul Sartre. Nausea, the novel by Jean-Paul Sartre. Okay. Do you know if Zorba the Greek is about a couple in a marriage, or is it about two friends? Is it about a couple in marriage, or is it about two friends? Zorba the Greek is about two friends, correct. And where is he from, Nikos Kazantzakis? He is Greek, of course, Zorba the Greek. Then, tell me this. Did he write Christ re-crucified or the last temptation of Christ? The Christ re-crucified or the last temptation of Christ? He wrote both, of course. Nikos Kazantzakis wrote both. Isn't it? Very good. Next question to you. In which famous novel is Dostoevsky a character? Fyodor Dostoevsky is a character in which famous novel? It is in The Master of Petersburg. The Master of Petersburg by J.M. Coetzee. J.M. Coetzee. Do you remember Dostoevsky spent in Siberia some years, and he was brought before the firing squad for being involved with the Petroshevsky circle? Right. He wrote The House of the Dead based on this. The House of the Dead based on this. Did Dostoevsky write Poor Man and the Lady or Poor Folk? Did Dostoevsky write Poor Man and the Lady or Poor Folk? Poor Man and the Lady is the first unpublished novel of Hardy. Poor Folk is the first published novel of Dostoevsky. Is The Gambler by Dostoevsky about the theme of obsession? Is Gambler by Dostoevsky about the theme of obsession? Yes, it is. Is White Nights a short story about a young man living in London? He is suffering from loneliness. No, it is not about a young man living in London. It is about a man living in St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg, isn't it? Did Dostoevsky publish in the journal The Russian Messenger? Yes, novels like The Idiot were published in Russian Messenger. What is the name of the protagonist in The Idiot? What is the name of the protagonist in The Idiot? It is Prince Mishkin. Was Crime and Punishment published in The Russian Messenger? Yes. Yes, it was. Was Brothers Karamazov published in The Russian Messenger? Yes, it is. Was The Cherry Orchard written by Dostoevsky? No, The Cherry Orchard was written by Anton Chekhov. Was Anton Chekhov a doctor? Yes, it is very famous that Anton Chekhov was a doctor. He even said, medicine is my lawful wife and literature is my mistress. Very famous. And did Anton Chekhov contribute to romanticism or modernism? Did Anton Chekhov contribute to romanticism or modernism? He contributed to modernism. Is The Seagull a short story by Anton Chekhov? No, it is one of his 4 major plays. Famously, The Seagull opening night was a failure. The Seagull, Uncle Vanya, 3 Sisters, and The Cherry Orchard. Right. Did Anton Chekhov write short stories? Yes, Anton Chekhov wrote short stories. which are very famous, right? Then The Lady with the Dog. Is it a short story by Anton Chekhov? Yes, Ward number 6, Lady with the Dog. These are very famous short stories by Anton Chekhov. In which of his works do you have Renevskaya? Renevskaya. It is in The Cherry Orchard. Was Anton Chekhov influenced by a parrot, a stuffed parrot? No, it was Flaubert who was inspired by a stuffed parrot. Did Flaubert write A Sentimental Journey? No, he wrote the book Sentimental Education. Was Madame Bovary published in the year 1956? Yes. Was Flaubert a realist? Yes, he was one of the primary French realists. Who wrote The Human Comedy? It is a series of novels. Balzac wrote The Human Comedy. Who wrote Saracen? Balzac. Who wrote Old Goriot? Pierre Goriot. It is also Balzac. Who wrote Germinal? It is Emile Zola. Emile Zola. Was Emile Zola Dutch? No, he was French. Do you know any Dutch writer? Erasmus. Erasmus. Did Samuel Beckett live in France? Yes, that is where he worked under James Joyce. James Joyce and Samuel Beckett lived in France, and Samuel Beckett wrote in French also. Do you remember? Right. Was Molière a French symbolist? No. Molière was a 17th century playwright, classicist. Baudelaire, Mallarmé, Verlaine, Valéry, Rimbaud. These are French symbolists. Was Rimbaud the pioneer of surrealism? Was Rimbaud the pioneer of surrealism? Yes, Rimbaud was the pioneer of surrealism. That's right. Was Rimbaud in a love relationship with Verlaine? Yes. Did Rimbaud or Verlaine, one of them, write A Season of Hell? Rimbaud wrote Season of Hell. Is Jean-Jacques Rousseau a pseudonym? No. Voltaire is a pseudonym. Is Stendhal a pseudonym? Voltaire's real name is Francois-Marie Aroux. Stendhal's real name is Marie-Henri Bayle. Henri. Moliere's pseudonym is Jean-Baptiste Poquelin. Molière wrote comedies. Corneille and Racine wrote tragedies. Right. Very good. Which European work influenced Fairy Queen? Tell me. Which European work influenced Fairy Queen? It is the Aeneid. Orlando Furioso also. Correct. Orlando Furioso also. Tell me this. Who originated the term nihilism? Who coined the term nihilism? Who coined the term nihilism? Turgenev in Fathers and Sons. Who wrote the dystopian novel We? Russian writer. We. Dystopian novel it is. Do you know it is a very famous dystopian novel? Zamyatin. Evgeny Zamyatin. All right. Okay. Who wrote The Myth of Sisyphus? Very easy question. The Myth of Sisyphus, it is Albert Camus. Albert Camus. Very good. Expressionism or surrealism? Which of these started in Germany? Which of these started in Germany? It is expressionism. The cabinet of Dr. Caligari, Metropolis, Nosferatu, what are these? They are films, expressionist films. Okay. Who is the writer who created Hedda, one femme fatale? She is destroying the man who loves her. She hates her husband and her ex-lover loves her, but she is destroying him. It is Ibsen who wrote Hedda Gabler, which is about a femme fatale. Okay, a woman who uh, is enticing men. When We Dead Awaken. Who is the author? When We Dead Awaken. Who is the author? That is Ibsen. Which play by Ibsen influenced All My Sons? Which play by Ibsen influenced All My Sons? The Wild Duck. Okay, let me ask you about another writer altogether. Who wrote Emperor and Galilean? Who wrote Emperor and Galilean? Ibsen only, correct. It is only Ibsen who wrote it. Yeah, I was just uh, making fun of you. Is Kurt Vonnegut a Norwegian writer? No. Kurt Vonnegut is American. It is Nut Hamsun. Nut Hamsun, who is a Norwegian writer. Which character by Ibsen has tuberculosis of the spine? Dr. Rank. Dr. Rank. Which character in Ibsen gave up her illegitimate daughter to strangers to work and make money? It is uh, the nurse Anne Marie. What does the porter deliver at the beginning of this play? What does the porter deliver at the beginning of this play? It is a Christmas tree. It is indeed a Christmas tree. Which novel gives a scathing commentary of 19th century aristocratic life, but showing a family destroyed by venereal disease? It is Ghosts, Ghosts. If I say Henrik Ibsen was involved in preparing Ibsen's plays for the stage, am I right? Not Henrik Ibsen, Henry James. If I say Henry James was involved in preparing Ibsen for the stage, am I right? Yes, I am right. Very good. Which European writer do you like very much? All of you write like different European writers. I'm going to give you one surprise. I'm going to ask you from South Asian and Latin American literature also. Do you know Dr. Alamgir Hashmi is the pioneer of which literature? It is indeed Pakistani literature. Pakistani literature. Very good. Then let me ask you another question. Who is the author of A House of Spirits? The House of the Spirits. It is Isabel Allende. Isabel Allende is the author of The House of the Spirits. It is a Latin American writer. Do you know who wrote Memory of My Melancholy Horse? Memory of My Melancholy Horse. It is Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Do you know who is the author of The Aleph, The Library of Babel, The Garden of Forking Paths? Aleph, The Library of Babel, The Garden of Forking Paths. It is Jorge Luis Borges, Borges. Borges. I will ask you another question. It is a PYQ actually. Meftali Ricardo Reyes Basavalto is the author, is the real name of Meftali Ricardo Reyes Basavalto is Pablo Neruda. That is a PYQ. Neftali Ricardo Reyes Basoalto. Do you know who wrote The Feast of the Goat? The Feast of the Goat. That is by Mario Vargas Llosa. LLOSA. Mario Vargas Llosa. Who wrote In Evil Hour? The same man wrote Chronicle of a Death Foretold. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Did Marquez write The Autumn of the Patriarch? General in His Labyrinth? Yes. A crazy love affair between Florentino and Fermina is the theme of which novel? A crazy love affair between Florentino and Fermina. It is in Love in the Time of Cholera. Do you have any idea who wrote The Company of Women? The Company of Women? It is a trick question. It is Khushwant Singh only. I didn't think, you will get that. I just made up The Company of Women. Right. Then another question I want to ask you. Did Gabriel Garcia Marquez write a short story about a man who is proud, an old man with wings? Yes. What is the name of the short story? A very old man with enormous wings. Have you heard of that? That's a very famous short story. A very old man with enormous wings. Who created the character Berenger? Berenger. That is Ionesco. Who is the author of Les Rougon Macquart? It is Émile Zola, French naturalism. Le Rougon Macquart. Do you know the name of the protagonist here? Is it a very political work? Le Rougon Macquart. Do you remember the name of the protagonist? Did I even teach you the name of the protagonist? Actually, Le Rougon is Eugene Rougon is the protagonist. Okay, that is why it is called Le Rougon Macquart, which is why I asked you. Rougon is the protagonist. Okay. Then, who wrote Song of the Goat? Song of the Goat. It is not by a European or Latin American writer. It is John Pepper Clark. Feast of the Goat, Mario Vargas Llosa. Now tell me who wrote Pedro Paramo, your classic of Mexico. Pedro Paramo. Juan Rulfo, R-U-L-F-O. Juan Rulfo. Who wrote Monkey Grammarian? Monkey Grammarian. That is Octavio Paz. Monkey Grammarian is by Octavio Paz. Okay. Who is the agriculturist in Anna Karenina? Anna Karenina, agriculturist. Who's the agriculture? Konstantin Levin. And did you know Anna Karenina was also published in The Russian Messenger? Okay. Then, is there any princess in Anna Karenina? Many characters are princesses in Anna Karenina, okay? Many characters are there. Where is the epigraph taken from Anna Karenina? Epigraph of Anna Karenina taken from? The Bible. Vengeance is mine, I will repay. Vengeance is mine, I will repay. That's very famous. Will you remember that? That is from the Bible. Very good. Is Anna Karenina serially published? Yes, it was serially published. Very good. Next question to you. All of you know the opening line. All happy families resemble one another. Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. At the opening of this novel, which is the unhappy family? Whose is the unhappy family? It is tough to remember because you have not read anything extra. If you're hearing things for the first time, it will be difficult. The unhappy family is the unhappy family of Anna's brother, correct. Anna's brother, Steva. All happy families are alike is the opening line of Anna Karenina, not Pride and Prejudice. All happy families. Anna is going to sort out the problems between her brother, Steva, and his wife, Dolly. That's right. These are all very important things in our knowledge of literature. You should read extra. You don't have to wait for somebody to teach you all these things. Okay, you should read extra. You should have general knowledge. Now tell me, do you know what is the color of the handbag that Anna was carrying when she was going to commit suicide? It's very famous. Red handbag. Correct. Red handbag. That's right. Then which is the other famous work by Leo Tolstoy, published in 1867 with a number of characters? It is War and Peace. War and Peace. Many of his stories are called Sevastopol stories. Okay. Did Leo Tolstoy write an autobiographical trilogy? Yes. Childhood, Boyhood, Youth is an autobiographical trilogy. Did Leo Tolstoy write Resurrection? Yes. Resurrection is another story, a novel that he wrote. He wrote many parables, short stories, so many things he wrote. Who are we talking about? Leo Tolstoy or Lev Tolstoy. Is the death of Ivan Ilyich about Smerdyakov? No, it is about Ivan Ilyich only. Smerdyakov is in Brothers Karamazov. Ivan Ilyich is about one man who did not care about himself and he lived a very self-centered life. Did Leo Tolstoy write The Kingdom of God is Within You? Yes, he did. Did Leo Tolstoy talk about language games? No, it was Ludwig Wittgenstein. Ludwig Wittgenstein. In which year was Tolstoy awarded the Nobel Prize? Haha, never. It was a trick question. It is very controversial that he was not awarded the Nobel Prize, even though he died only in 1910. 1910. Preethi, can you ask for a few minutes?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Tell me, who has written works like The Three Musketeers, The Count of Monte Cristo, The Three Musketeers? Very famous work. Who's written it? Correct. Alexander Dumas. Who has written The Red and the Black? The Red and the Black. The subtitle is A Chronicle of 1830. Who has written this? The Red and the Black. Stendhal. Correct. Stendhal. Is he a French or a German writer? Is he a French writer or a German writer? He's a French writer. Correct. Who has written The Dance of Death? The Dance of Death. Dance of Death. Strindberg, isn't it? August Strindberg has written The Dance of Death. So tell me, which is not a work of August Strindberg? The Father. Is it a work by August Strindberg? The Father. Yes. Yes. A Dream Play. Ghost Sonata. Yes. The Wild Duck. Is it a play by August Strindberg? The Wild Duck? No. No. Okay. Did August Strindberg write Miss Julie? Did he write Miss Julie? Miss Julie? Yes. Yes. Okay. Who is famous for writing a social satire, which is Madame Bovary in the year 1857? Madame Bovary. Who has written it? It is the story of a doctor's wife having adulterous passion. Yes. Gustave Flaubert. Gustave Flaubert. Who has written work Nausea? Nausea. Ma'am has asked you. Nausea. Who has written it? John Paul? John Paul Sartre. Correct. John Paul Sartre. Okay. Where do you see characters like Leon Dupuis? Dupuis. Leon Dupuis. Then Emma. Charles. Charles marries Emma. We have Charles Misfortune also. Yes. Madame Bovary. Correct. Madame Bovary. Who has written the work Les Pierre Goriot? Les Pierre Goriot, or also called as Old Goriot, or Father Goriot, it is also called as, in 1835. Who has written it? The Human Comedy, Les Pierre Goriot. Yes, Balzac. Balzac. Correct. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, who has written the work Caligula? Caligula. 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 Yes. Camus. Camus. So is it a play about a Greek philosopher or a Roman emperor? Is it a play about Greek philosopher or a Roman emperor? It's about a Roman emperor. Okay. Okay, correct. Did Camus write The Rebel? The Rebel. Did he write The Rebel? Yes. Yes. Did he write The Fall? The Fall. Yes. Whose famous work is A Doll's House, published in the year 1879. A Doll's House, Ibsen. Correct. Correct. Has he written An Enemy of the People? An Enemy of the People? Yes. Has he founded realism? Has he founded realism? Yes. Ghost. Ghost, which was published in the year 1881. Who has written that? It's about the memory of late Captain Ilving, Ibsen. Who has written Ghost Sonata? Who wrote the work Ghost Sonata? August Strindberg, isn't it? August Strindberg. Yes, correct. Less Confessions is a work by Less Confessions. The Social Contract, Less Confessions. Who has written it? Emily, Sophie. Yes. Jack Rousseau. Rousseau has written it. Who has written Candida? And who has written Candide? Yes, G.B. Shaw has written Candida, and Candide is a work by Candide. Is a work by Voltaire. Voltaire. Okay. So if we translate it into English, does it mean all for the best, the optimist? Does it mean that all for the best? Yes. Yes, correct. Okay. Who has written works like Britannicus, Phaedra, Britannicus, Phaedra? He was born in 1639. He is? Yes, Racine, correct. Racine has written all these works. Okay, which is one of the most famous works by Molière? Molière. Has he written The School for Wives? Has he written The School for Wives? Yes, yes. Has he written Tartuffe, published in the year 1664? The subtitle is The Hypocrite or the Impostor. Yes, Tartuffe is by Molière. Is he called the father of French comedy? Father of French comedy? Yes. Who has written works like In Praise of Folly, The Prince, Gargantua, and Pantagruel? Yes. So In Praise of Folly is a works by Erasmus. Who has written The Prince? Who has written The Prince? Niccolo Machiavelli. Niccolo Machiavelli. Gargantua and Pantagruel is the work by Rabelais, isn't it? Rabelais. Who is famous for writing Decameron? The Decameron, which is a prose about 7 women and 3 men. Yes, it's by Boccaccio. Boccaccio. The Divine Comedy, the most famous work. Who has written it? It's a poem. The Divine Comedy. Epic poem in Italian, yes, by Dante. Dante. Canzoniere is a work by, it's a love poetry in Italian. Canzoniere by Petrarch. Petrarch. Correct. Correct. Okay. Where do you see characters like Organ, Marianne, Valère? All these are characters in Tartuffe. Correct. Who has written the work The Misanthrope, The Miser, The Misanthrope? Who has written all these works? Molière. Correct. Molière. Who has written Lacede, Horace, Cinna, all about aristocracy? Corneille. Correct. Corneille. Very good. Okay. Has uh, Nicolas Boileau written Les Lutrines? Has he written? Okay, okay. Has he written Les Lutrines? Yes. Yes. Who has famously written The Social Contract? The Social Contract. Social Contract. Yes. Rousseau. Rousseau. Who said God is dead? God is dead. Who said this? Nietzsche. Correct. Very good. Who is famously written the work and also called as the founder of modern Russian literature? Works like The Bronze Horseman, by telling a story of St. Petersburg. The Bronze Horseman. He's the founder of modern Russian literature. Alexander Pushkin. Pushkin. Okay? Okay. Who has written Eugene Onegin? Eugene Onegin. Onegin. In 1833. Yes.
Onegin.
Onegin. Yes. Eugene Onegin. In the year 1833. Yes. Pushkin. Is it a novel in verse? Is it a novel in verse? Yes. Correct. Who has written Fathers and Son in the year 1862? Father and Son. A Sportsman Sketches. Ivan Turgenev. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, who is the one who is born in 1821? He is a Russian novelist, short story writer, essayist. He has written around 11 novels, 3 novellas, works like Crime and Punishment. Yes, Dostoevsky. Correct. Has he written Notes from Underground? Notes from Underground. Do you remember what else can we call this work, or what else it is called as? Notes from Underground. Letters from the Underworld, a novella. Okay. Letters from the Underworld, a novella. Okay. Has he written The Idiot? The Demons? Yes. Yes. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, who is the who is the major character in Crime and Punishment? The major character, Raskolnikov. Correct. Correct. Okay. Now tell me, who has written works like Anna Karenina? Anna Karenina. Tolstoy. Tolstoy. Has he written a letter to a Hindu? A letter to a Hindu? Yes. Yes. Where do you see characters like Stiva, Levin? These all are characters in Anna Karenina. Yes. Okay. Very good. Who has written the work Blindness? Blindness. Yes. Saramago. Correct. Saramago. So, what is the sequel or the companion work to Blindness? Blindness. It is Seeing. Seeing. Who has written Seeing Things? Seeing Things? Berger. Isn't it? Henry Berger. Yes. Okay. So, Saramago, has he got Nobel Prize in the year 1998? Did he get Nobel Prize in 1998? Yes. Yes. So, which author won Nobel Prize in 1929? 1929. Thomas Mann. Correct. Thomas Mann. Okay. Which Nobel laureate wrote Buddenbrook? Buddenbrook. Buddenbrook. Thomas Mann. Thomas Mann. Okay. Now tell me, which character is associated with Death in Venice? First, tell me who has written Death in Venice. Death in Venice is a work by, yes, Death in Venice is a work by Thomas Mann. Who has written Six Characters in Search of an Author? Six Characters in Search of an Author. Yes, Luigi Pirandello. Luigi Pirandello. Has Gunter Grass written Dancing Trilogy? Dancing Trilogy? Yes. Yes. Okay. Invisible Cities is a work by? Invisible Cities is a work by Italo Calvino. Okay. Dancing Trilogy, as you said, is by Gunter Grass. So what are the works that comes under Dancing Trilogy? The Tin Drum, Cat and the Mouse, and Dog Ears, isn't it? Tin Drum, Cat and the Mouse, Dog Ears. Okay. Who has written the work The Joke, The Unbearable Lightness of Being? It is by Milan Kundera. Correct. Milan Kundera. Who has written works like The Mother, Maxim Gorky. Yes. Maxim Gorky. Correct. Dr. Zhivago is by Dr. Zhivago is by Boris Pasternak. Correct. Miss Julie is by Miss Julie, The Father, A Dream Play, Ghost Sonata, August Strindberg. Correct. Who has written The Cherry Orchard? The Cherry Orchard, The Seagull, Uncle Vanya, The Three Sisters. All these are works written by Anton Chekhov. Anton Chekhov. The Death of Ivan Ilyich is a work by The Death of Ivan Ilyich. Yes. It's by Tolstoy. Tolstoy. Which is that work where you see the line, all happy families are alike? All happy families are alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Yes. Anna Karenina. Correct. Anna Karenina. Now tell me, who has written works like The Immoralist? Immoralist in the year 1902. Immoralist. Andre Gide. Andre Gide has written The Immoralist in 1902. Okay. Marcel Proust is very famous for writing a work. Which work? Marcel Proust. Remembrance of the Things Past, isn't it? It's in 7 parts. Remembrance of the Things Past. Okay, it's an autobiographical novel, or In Search of Lost Time, it is also called as Remembrance of Things Past. Who has written Being and Nothingness? Being and Nothingness. John Paul Sartre. One more work we have discussed about him. What did he write else? which was published in 1938? Yes, Nausea. Correct, Nausea. Who has written the Bald Soprano? The Bald Soprano. Eugene Ionesco. Correct. Has he written the chairs? The chairs. The future is in eggs. Yes. The new tenant. Yes. Okay. 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 Where do you see who has written the work Amidi or how to get rid of it? Amidi or how to get rid of it? The lesson, a stroll in the air, the rhinoceros, Eugene Ionesco. Correct. Eugene Ionesco. Our Lady of the Flowers was published in 1943. Who has written it? He has also written The Thief Journal. The Thief Journal. Who is this person? Who was born in Paris in the year 1910? Yes. Jean Genet. He has written works like The Thief's Journal. Who has written Antigone, Beckett, The Rehearsal? Yes. John Unwin. John Unwin. Okay. Who has won Nobel Prize in 1957? Has written works like The Outsider, Stranger, The Fall, The Myth of Sisyphus. Albert Camus. Albert Camus. Has he written The Plague in 1947? Talking about human sufferings. 1947? Yes. Yes. What is the other name of The Outsider? The Outsider is also called as The Stranger. Do you remember any other person who has written The Outsider? His title has king in it. Which person is it? Stephen King. Correct. Stephen King. Very good. Okay. Who has written The Fall? Published in the year 1956. Camus. Okay. The Myth of Sisyphus was published in which year? Myth of Sisyphus. Published in the year 1942. 1942. Correct. Okay. The Unbearable Lightness of Being. The Unbearable Lightness of Being is a work by Milan Kundera. Okay. Now tell me, who has written works like The Book of Hours? The Book of Hours. Sonnet to Orpheus. The Book of Hours is a work by Rainer Maria Rilke. Okay. Rainer Maria Rilke. Okay. Now tell me the Gas Trilogy. The Gas Trilogy. The Burgers of Callias. All these are works by George Kaiser. George Kaiser. Okay. He has written The Phantom Lover. True or false? The Phantom Lover. Has he written it? The Phantom Lover. Yes. Yes, he has written The Phantom Lover, the Gas Trilogy. Okay, Kaiser. Now tell me, Buddenbrooks is a work by the first work or the first novel by whom? The Buddenbrook, published in the year 1901. Yes, Thomas Mann. Has Thomas Mann written The Magic Mountain? Magic Mountain. Yes. Who has written Magnetic Mountain? Who has written Magnetic Mountain? We learned it in British literature. Tell me. Is it Cecil de Lewis? Is it Cecil de Lewis? Yes. Has he written Dr. Faustus, Thomas Mann? Has he written Dr. Faustus, The Tables of the Law, The Holy Sinner, The Black Swan? Yes. The Man and His Dog. Okay. Okay. Now tell me, Hans Castorp is a character in which work of Thomas Mann? Hans Castorp is the protagonist. This work is set in Alps. So you could, yeah, Magic Mountain. Magic Mountain. Correct. Okay. Who has written The Confessions of Felix Krull? The Confessions of Felix Krull. The full title is Confession of Felix Krull, Confidence Man, The Early Years. Yes, it is by Thomas Mann. Okay. Tell me, who has written Stephen Wolfe? Stephen Wolfe, published in the year 1927. Siddhartha, Stephen Wolfe. Tell me, Stephen Wolf. Yes. Hermann Hesse. Hermann Hesse. Okay. So, Hermann Hesse has won Nobel Prize. True or false? Yes. For which work? For which work? The Glass Bead Game. The Glass Bead Game in 1946. In 1946. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You asked many good questions. Wonderful. So, do you remember, dear friends, where do you have the character Quasimodo? Quasimodo. It is in Hunchback of Notre Dame. You're right. Is the Hunchback of Notre Dame a Gothic novel? Yes. Yes. Who is the author? Victor Hugo. Victor Hugo wrote The Last Day of a Condemned Man. The Last Day of a Condemned Man. Okay. Who wrote One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich? Who wrote One Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich? It is Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Do you know any other work by Alexander Solzhenitsyn? It is Cancer Ward. Cancer Ward is by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Very good. Who is the author of a work where Dantes is the character? Dantes. It is in The Count of Monte Cristo. Where do you have the character D'Artagnan? D'Artagnan is in The Three Musketeers. There are many Three Musketeer novels that Alexandre Dumas wrote. Did you know that? There are many Three Musketeer novels that Alexandre Dumas wrote. La Mancha, Lamancha, is a place in which book? La Mancha. Don Quixote, correct. Don Quixote. What is the real name of Don Quixote? Don Quixote. Alonso Quijano. Alonso Quijano. Anna Akhmatova. Who is she? Anna Akhmatova. She is a Russian poet. Joseph Brodsky. Who is he? Joseph Brodsky. Joseph Brodsky is also a Russian poet. Do you know who wrote the famous novel, The Time of Indifference, The Conformist? The Time of Indifference, Conformist. It is by Alberto Moravia. Alberto Moravia. It is a very famous Italian writer. Okay, Alberto Moravia. Who is the man who made The Bicycle Thieves, an Italian neo-realist movie? The Bicycle Thieves. Very famous. It is Vittorio De Sica. Vittorio De Sica. Okay. Do you know the writer, the filmmaker who made Decameron, The Canterbury Tales, and Arabian Nights? Decameron, The Canterbury Tales, and Arabian Nights. It is Paolo Pasolini. Paolo Pasolini. Do you know the filmmaker who made La Strada, 8.5? You should know famous filmmakers, okay? Famous filmmakers you should definitely know. It is Federico Fellini. Federico Fellini, very important. What is a famous magazine associated with French New Wave? Famous magazine associated with French New Wave? Cahiers du Cinéma. Correct. Cahiers du Cinéma. Have you heard of that? You should. You should read extra. Then you will remember all this. Very good. Now, there are French New Wave filmmakers. Can you name any of them? French New Wave filmmakers. Godard, Godard, correct. Chabrol, Chabrol. Alain René, Resnais. Agnes Varda. They are very famous. They come in all, their movies come in all our Truffaut. They are in our film festivals and all. Okay. Who developed auteur theory based on these filmmakers? Auteur. It's a major film theory. Which film theorist developed auteur theory based on these filmmakers? It is Andrew Sarris. Andrew Sarris. Andre Bazin is another film theorist. Okay, do you know my PhD was on films? Who is the filmmaker known as the master of suspense? Alfred Hitchcock. Do you know any of the famous movies of Alfred Hitchcock? Vertigo, The Birds, Psycho, Rear Window, Dial M for Murder, Shadow of a Doubt. Very good. Have you watched these plays? Of course, many of you might have watched. You should all watch. Okay. Right. Where do you have the movement called boom? Where do you have the movement called boom? It is a Latin American movement. Correct. It is a Latin American movement. Very good. Where do you have a political movement called Risorgimento? Many of our writers were associated with it. Risorgimento, Italy. Many of our writers were associated with Risorgimento. Now, like Italian neorealism and French New Wave, there is something called parallel cinema. Where is it from? Is it in Russia? Parallel cinema? India, of course. Satyajit Ray, Mrinal Sen, Ritvik Khatak, Tapan Sinha, important figures in Indian parallel cinema. Okay, very important. These are all important areas that you should know much about because they might ask you from here. They can ask you about Satyajit Ray or Ritvik Khatak or Bimal Roy or Tapan Sinha or Utpal Dutt and all these people they might ask about. Right? Okay. Palm d'Or. What is it? What is Palm d'Or? What is this? That is right. It means golden palm. That is given to the best director. To the best feature film at Cannes Film Festival. Okay, in France. Correct. So these are all very much part of our, understanding of films, isn't it? Okay. Was Satyajit Ray the son of a writer? Yes. What is the name of his father? Shukumar Ray, who wrote Abol Tabol, children's writer. Satyajit Ray was the son of Sukumar Ray. Do you remember? Yes. Do you know some important movies of Ritvik Khatak? I have studied in FTII Pune. So I have watched all these movies. Subarna Rekha, Mekha Dhaka Tara. It is part of Partition trilogy. Okay? Ritvik Khatak made Partition trilogy. Mekhe Dhaka Tara, then Subarna Rekha, Komal Gandhar. Three movies of Partition trilogy by Ritvik Khatak. You remember? Who wrote Rural trilogy? Rural trilogy. Is one of the plays of Rural trilogy is The House of Bernarda Alba. Now you know. The other is Blood Wedding. It is Gabriel Garcia Lorca. Gabriel Garcia Lorca. Very good. Excellent. Now, I'm going to tell you some names. You should tell me where they are from. K. Balachandar. General knowledge, they might ask. K. Balachandar. Tamil. Very famous Tamil filmmaker. And playwright also. Very good. G. Aravindan. Malayalam. Very good. Malayalam. Then Amol Palekar. Right. Hindi and Marathi. Right. Hindi and Marathi both. Vijay Tendulkar. There are many of his plays that became movies. Khashiram Kotwal, Samna Jait Re Jait, Sinhasan, Umbarta. These are all movies made from his plays. Okay. K. Lakshmi Narayan. Where is he from? Kannada. Kannada. Where is FTII situated? That's right, Pune. Very good. Ajantrik is a famous movie by Satyajit Ray only. Satyajit Ray only. Then Girish Kasravalli, famous man. Girish Kasravalli, very important figure in parallel cinema. Kannada, correct. Very good. Anant Nag, he is an actor. Very good. What is the full form of NFDC? National Film Development Corporation of India. National Film Development Corporation of India. Which famous LGBT filmmaker made Utsab Dahan. Utsab Dahan. Rutuparno Ghosh. They can ask. Rutuparno Ghosh. Okay. This you might know. मैंने गांधी को नहीं मारा. Janu Barua, the Assamese director. And Anupam Kher was the producer. Because of the politics of it, they can ask. Right. Mitra, my friend. Who made this film? Mitra, my friend. Revati, correct. Revati. It is the first directorial debut of Revati. Mrs. and Mr. Iyer. You might have watched it. Mr. and Mrs. Iyer, Aparna Sen. It is by Aparna Sen. Okay? Remember, okay? Good. What about, you might not remember, The Last Lear. It got National Award. It is also by Rituparno Ghosh. Rituparno Ghosh, The Last Lear. Okay? So you should be interested in all these extra things. Only then you will be able to. Do you know the very famous Hindi movie that got written by Khwaja Ahmad Abbas? That won a prize at inaugural Cannes Festival? Neecha Nagar. Chetan Anand's Neecha Nagar. Wow, I never even heard this. Hollywood also has a new wave. It is called New Hollywood. Hollywood New Wave. You might remember this. Who is the, who directed Shutter Island, Cape Fear, Taxi Driver? Ah, that's right. It is Martin Scorsese. Right? Very good. Who wrote Elements? Who made Elements trilogy? Elements trilogy. What do you mean by elements? Fire, water, earth. She also directed Midnight's Children. That's right. It is Deepa Mehta. Deepa Mehta. Have you heard of the path-breaking movie E.T. or Extraterrestrial? One of the earliest. Who is the director? Steven Spielberg. Have you heard of 40 Shades of Blue? Ira Sachs. It is a remake of Charulata by Satyajit Ray. Satyajit Ray made the Apu trilogy, isn't it? Apu trilogy. Very good. There are so many important filmmakers. Are you enjoying this? We should develop a very broad, general knowledge. Broad general knowledge. My dear friends on YouTube, I hope you're also benefiting from this. We have here from our paid course many of our students doing live on Zoom, and they're all learning with you. It is a one big community associated with Valat that is learning in this amazing fashion. Preethi is also here with me to help everyone. All of us at Valat are, very, very eager to see all of you pass. Our aim is to help you embark on your great careers. If you are a postgraduate in English, you should make sure that you pass this exam at the earliest, because it gives you lifelong eligibility for being a lecturer or an assistant professor. Do not think I don't want to pass now. I want to do other things. First and foremost, after MA, what you should do is pass, because it gives you eligibility and it will open many doors later on, even. So don't forget it. Yes, I forgot to mention Meera Nair. We have to talk about Meera Nair also. What are the important movies of Meera Nair? Do you remember? Salam Bombay is the most famous. Then Namesake came. There is the Monsoon Wedding, one fun movie. Mississippi Masala also. All that I have watched. Okay. So that makes it a lot. Preeti, I think we have done an amazing job. So much we have covered. If people, reluctant fundamentalist also, if people just watch the marathon revision, that is enough for them. Don't you think, Preeti?
Yes, ma'am, surely. I think they should re-watch it again.
Yes. Everybody, whether you're on Zoom or YouTube, whether you're paid course students or not, you are all dear to Vallath. We will continue to give us your best. Our paid course admissions have started. Many people have joined. Don't think too much about what opportunities are there, what you want to do. One important thing you should do after passing MA is to pass this exam, because you never know what all opportunities will come. And also, this is the top level exam in your subject, and it is not impossible or even difficult. People who are just casually watching our videos also will pass. So make sure you study. If you join our course at Vellath, you will get a massive collection of materials. You will get lots of revision. It is an amazing course that will completely transform you, even. So don't think twice about it. It's like a great investment you can have. Right? So are we coming to the end of the session, or is it continuing after 8:30? No, right? Hi, Ankita, are you here to continue? Oh, marathon revision is going on and on. While I'm doing this small talk, people who have been here can go and take a break. But why is it called marathon revision? Is because there is no break. You have to individually take a break. You can go switch off the video or do what you want, no problem at all. Do not pressurize yourself too much. So our marathon revision is continuing. What topic is yours, Ankita?
Yes. So now I will continue with American literature.
Wow. Okay. You can start. You people on
Okay.
YouTube are waiting.
Okay. So let's
Are you
start with
alone, or do you have somebody with you?
I will continue till 9:15, and exactly at 9:15 Khushi will join and continue with American again.
Okay. Can you do till 9:15? Do you want me to help you?
No, no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. So please continue. Please start.
Okay. So let's start with some questions of chronology. But before that, you also tell me the authors who wrote these works. Okay. The Custom of the Country. It's a work by whom? This marathon will continue till 10 p.m. Okay. The Custom of the Country. It's a novel by Edith Wharton. Edith Wharton. Who wrote The Age of Innocence? The Age of Innocence. That's also by Edith Wharton. Edith Wharton. The Great Gatsby is a novel by The Great Gatsby is a novel by F. Scott Fitzgerald. F. Scott Fitzgerald. The Sun Also Rises is a novel by The Sun Also Rises is a novel by Ernest Hemingway. Ernest Hemingway. Now you have to arrange them in the correct order. So here you go. Arrange the following American novels in the correct order of publication. Correct. Here the answer would be CABD. The Custom of the Country by Edith Wharton, published in 1913. 1913. Next, The Age of Innocence, 1920. 1920. The Great Gatsby, 1925. Same year as Virginia Woolf's Mrs. Dalloway. Same year as Virginia Woolf's Mrs. Dalloway. The Sun Also Rises, 1926. The Sun Also Rises, 1926. Okay, The Sun Also Rises, 1926. Okay. Now here's the next question for you. Which is the correct sequence of Walt Whitman's major poetic publications? Passage to India, Drum Taps, first edition of Leaves of Grass, Democratic Vistas. Democratic Vistas. Correct. It is option A, CBAD. CBAD. Leaves of Grass, first edition, 1855. Leaves of Grass, first edition, 1855. Drum Taps, 1865. Drum Taps, 1865. Passage to India, 1871. 1871. Democratic Vistas, same year, 1871, but a few months later. Referring book, our American Encyclopedia. All the questions I'm asking are from our American Encyclopedia. Okay. So, Walt Whitman's major works: Leaves of Grass, 1855. Drum Taps, 1865. Passage to India, Democratic Vistas, both 1871. 1871. Now, do you remember how beautifully we had memorized the order of the plays of Eugene O'Neill? Do you all remember how beautifully we had memorized the chronological order of the plays of Eugene O'Neill? Now let's answer. Arrange the following plays by Eugene O'Neill chronologically. The Emperor Jones, Long Day's Journey into Night, Strange Interlude, The Hairy Ape. We had memorized these years like crazy. The correct option is option C, DABC. DABC. The Hairy Ape, 1922. The Hairy Ape, 1922. Okay, first it will be, wait. First it will be A, right? So why did I say DABC? First it will be A. So yeah, ADCB, right? So ADCB. Let me tell you the years directly, it will be easier. The Emperor Jones, 1920. The Emperor Jones, 1920. The Hairy Ape, 1922. 1922. Long Day's Journey into Night, 1956. 1956. Strange Interlude, 1928. 1928. So once again, The Emperor Jones, 1920. The Hairy Ape, 1922. Strange Interlude, 1928. 1928. Long Day's Journey into Night, 1956. 1956. Correct. So now you will not forget, I know. Long Day's Journey into Night. Long Day's Journey into Night, 1956. 1956, correct. Strange Interlude, 1928. 1928, very good. Arrange the following works of transcendentalist and romantic thought based on publication year. Tell me. Emerson's Nature, 1836. Emerson's Nature, 1836. Weldon, 1854. Weldon, 1854. Same year as Dickens's Hard Times. Weldon, same year as Dickens's Hard Times. The Scarlet Letter, 1850. The Scarlet Letter, 1850. Moby Dick, 1851. Moby Dick, 1851. Emerson's Nature, 1836. Emerson's Nature, 1836. Emerson's Nature, 1836. The Hairy Ape, 1922. The Hairy Ape, 1922. The Emperor Jones, 1920. The Emperor Jones, 1920. The Hairy Ape, 1922. The Hairy Ape, 1922. Emerson's Nature, Emerson's Nature, 1836. 1836. Weldon, same as Hard Times. Weldon, same as Hard Times, 1854. 1854. Okay? Following? It's all going good? Okay. I bet you will not forget the years now. Arrange the following works of Wallace Stevens in the correct order. It's okay even if you don't remember this hardcore way. It's okay. It's all right. But let's listen to it. Harmonium, 1923. Ideas of Order, 1935. Transport to Summer, 1947. Auroras of Autumn, 1950. These are the major poetry collections of Wallace Stevens. Harmonium, Ideas of Order, Transport to Summer, The Auroras of Autumn. These are major poetry collections by Wallace Stevens. Harmonium, 1923. Ideas of Order, 1935. Transport to Summer, 1947. Auroras of Autumn, 1950. These are the major poetry collections of Wallace Stevens. Okay, now again we have a beautiful question. Do you like this way of revising along with the years? Because I know you will remember the facts like who wrote which work. What you will forget or you have a tendency to forget is the years. That's why along with the years, you should remember the textual facts. Right. Now, we will learn about these works of African American literature. African American literature. The Souls of Black Folk. The Souls of Black Folk by W.E.B. Du Bois, 1903. The Souls of Black Folk by W.E.B. Du Bois, 1903. Native Son by Richard Wright, 1940. Native Son by Richard Wright, 1940. Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison, 1952. Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison, 1952. Same year as Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks. Same year as Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks, 1952. 1952. Beloved by Toni Morrison. Beloved by Toni Morrison. 1987. 1987. The Bluest Eye. The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, 1970. 1970. Beloved, 87. Beloved, 87. The Souls of Black Folk by W.E.B. Du Bois, 1903. 1903. Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison, same as Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks, 1952. 1952. Clear? Clear? Right. Okay. Now let's talk about the major works of Henry James. You all know about the major works of Henry James, right? Very well known author he is. Daisy Miller, The Portrait of a Lady, The Ambassadors, The Golden Bowl. First, The Portrait of a Lady. No, first we will have Daisy Miller. Daisy Miller. So CABD. Daisy Miller, 1878. Daisy Miller, 1878. The Portrait of a Lady, 1881. 1881. The Ambassadors, 1903. Same year as The Souls of Black Folk. The Ambassadors, 1903. Same year as The Souls of Black Folk. And then The Golden Bowl, 1904. 1904. Okay? Daisy Miller, Daisy Miller, Daisy Miller, The Portrait of a Lady, The Ambassadors, The Golden Bowl. So the Ambassadors, 1903, same year as the publication of, The Souls of Black Folk by W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois, in The Souls of Black Folk, talked about the concept of double consciousness. Correct. It talked about the concept of double consciousness. Correct. Are you all following? Is it going good for you all? Right. Ralph Waldo Emerson was a transcendentalist philosopher. True or false? Emerson was a transcendentalist philosopher. True. Right now we talked about Emerson's Nature. Emerson's Nature was published in which year? Emerson's Nature was published in 1836. Think about nature gives you everything double. So 18 ka double 36. Think like that. Nature gives you everything double. Nature is so kind, benevolent, right? So nature gives you everything double. So 18 ka double 36. Nature 1836. Nature 1836. So let's talk about the other major works of Emerson in the correct order. So first, Nature, 1836. Just the year after, the American Scholar, 1837. The American Scholar, 1837. Self-Reliance and Oversoul, same years. But Self-Reliance come a bit before. And then the Oversoul. Nature, the American Scholar, Self-Reliance, the Oversoul. Nature, 1836. The American Scholar, 1837. Yes. Okay. Next. These are all very major works. So, Look Homeward, Angel, 1929. Then, The Sound and the Fury is a novel by? The Sound and the Fury is a novel by Faulkner, William Faulkner. Sound and the Fury also 1929, a few months later. Then The Glass Menagerie. Do you remember The Glass Menagerie by Tennessee Williams? Same year as The Sergeant Report. The Glass Menagerie. Same year as The Sergeant Report, 1944. The Glass Menagerie, 1944. The Glass Menagerie, 1944. Same year as The Sergeant Report. The Sound and the Fury, 1929. And lastly, we will have A Good Man is Hard to Find, 1955. Isn't 1955 the year of A View from the Bridge by Arthur Miller? Isn't 1955 the year of the play A View from the Bridge by Arthur Miller? A View from the Bridge by Arthur Miller. Death of a Salesman came out in 1949. Death of a Salesman came out in 1949. The Crucible came out in 1953. The Crucible 1953. The Crucible 1953. A View from the Bridge. A View from the Bridge. 1955. 1955. Okay. Look Homeward Angel is a novel by Thomas Wolfe. Look Homeward Angel is a novel by Thomas Wolfe. Okay. So Death of a Salesman 1949. The Crucible 1953. A View from the Bridge 1955. Correct. Okay. Now let's do some statement-based questions. Okay. Because I think you will like it. Because we have done too many years and we will do a bit more as well. But now let's come back to some statement-based style questions. Which American author is best known for developing the genre of the psychological novel? For developing the genre of the psychological novel. Henry James. Henry James, very good. So who wrote the famous novel, The Age of Innocence, which depicted the high society of 1870s New York? Edith Wharton wrote The Age of Innocence. Age of Innocence. Okay. Which of the following is not an essential characteristic of American postmodernist literature? Which is not a feature of postmodernist American literature? A belief in an absolute, unified, and objective truth will never be a feature of postmodernism. So correct. So in Toni Morrison's Beloved, what is the name of the protagonist who escapes from slavery but is haunted by the past? Sethe. Sethe is the central protagonist of Toni Morrison's Beloved. She escapes from a plantation called Sweet Home in Kentucky to find freedom in Cincinnati, Ohio. She is haunted physically and psychologically by the traumatic memories of her enslavement and the ghost of her murdered daughter, Beloved. So Beloved 1987. 1987. Correct. Are you all enjoying? I hope I'm making it a bit enjoyable for you. And I hope it's not boring. Which author's work gave Mark Twain the inspiration for his pen name? Which author's work gave Mark Twain the inspiration for his pen name? Captain Isaiah Sellers. Captain Isaiah Sellers. Option C is correct. Next, tell me, what is the central conflict in Arthur Miller's The Crucible 1953? What is the central conflict in Arthur Miller's The Crucible 1953? It is the Salem witch trials. The Salem witch trials. Okay. Which major American modernist novel is characterized by experimental layout, disjointed narratives, and the famous quote, I was within and without, simultaneously enchanted and repelled by the inexhaustible variety of life. This is a quote from which major work? I was within and without, simultaneously enchanted and repelled by the inexhaustible variety of life. It is from The Great Gatsby, The Great Gatsby, 1925, same year as Mrs. Dalloway. The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald, same year as Mrs. Dalloway, 1925. What's the year of A Streetcar Named Desire? What is the year of A Streetcar Named Desire by Tennessee Williams? 1947. 1947. A Streetcar Named Desire, 1947. The Glass Menagerie, 1944. The Glass Menagerie, 1944. The Glass Menagerie, 1944. A Streetcar Named Desire, 1947. A Streetcar Named Desire, 1947. In A Streetcar Named Desire, where does Blanche Dubois go at the end of the play? Where does she go at the end of the play? To an asylum or mental institution. To an asylum or mental institution. A Streetcar Named Desire. 3 years after The Glass Menagerie. True or false? A Streetcar Named Desire. 3 years after The Glass Menagerie. The Glass Menagerie, 1944. A Streetcar, 1947. 1947. Correct. Correct. Very good. I am having this gut feeling this time all of you will get the chronological questions correct. That's my gut is telling me. You will get all your chronological questions correct. Which novel by Willa Cather details the struggles and triumphs of immigrants setting on the Nebraska frontier? Nebraska frontier. All of the above. Oh, pioneers, my Antonia, the Song of the Lark, all these novels by Willa Cather detail the struggles and triumphs of immigrants settling on the Nebraska frontier. Okay, oh, pioneers, my Antonia, the Song of the Lark. All right. Do you remember the years of the plays of Eugene O'Neill? Eugene O'Neill. Was Eugene O'Neill influenced by Expressionism of Germany? Was Eugene O'Neill influenced by the Expressionism of Germany? Yes, yes. Now tell me this one. Which play by Eugene O'Neill is considered autobiographical and deals with his own family dynamics? Long Day's Journey into Night. Long Day's Journey into Night, 1956. Long Day's Journey into Night, 1956. 1956. Long Day's Journey into Night, 1956. Okay. So who wrote The Great Gatsby? Who wrote The Great Gatsby? F. Scott Fitzgerald. F. Scott Fitzgerald. What is the symbolic meaning of the scarlet letter A as it is initially worn by Hester Prynne? a lizard was trying to distract me. So I had to do some hush hush because I'm terribly scared of them. It means adultery. Adultery. Yes. A here means adultery. The Scarlet Letter was published in which year? The Scarlet Letter was published in which year? 1850. 1850. Very good. Okay. So self-reliance is by whom? Self-reliance is by whom? Self-reliance, 1841. That's by Emerson. Emerson. Okay. Self-reliance, 1841. Emerson. Which of the following American woman poets is famous for her eccentric use of capitalization, dashes, and intense engagement with death? Which of the following American women poets is famous for her eccentric use of capitalization, dashes, and intense engagement with death? Emily Dickinson. Emily Dickinson. Is it true that Emily Dickinson was also known as the Belle of Amherst? Is it true that Emily Dickinson was also known as the Belle of Amherst? Yes. Yes. Linda is the name of whose wife? Linda is the name of whose wife? Willie Loman in Death of a Salesman, 1949. Linda, wife of Willie Loman in Death of a Salesman, 1949. Okay. Next, tell me. Who is known as the father of free verse in American poetry? Who is known as the father of free verse in American poetry? Who is known as the father of free verse in American poetry? Walt Whitman. Walt Whitman. Call Me Ishmael is the opening line of which novel? Call Me Ishmael is the opening line of Moby Dick, 1851. Moby Dick, 1851. Next. Which movement extending from the 19th century viewed human beings as helpless pawns to determinism, heredity, and environment? Naturalism. Naturalism is a literary and philosophical movement that emerged in the late 19th century as an extension of realism. As an extension of realism. Okay, very good. You all are going to get GRF. I know that. What is the central thesis of H.L. Mencken's critical essays on American literature and culture? H.L. Mencken. Criticizing the bourgeoisie and advocating for intellectual freedom. It's very hilarious. But look at it. I mean, I was laughing when I was making this question as well. H.L. Mencken's literary and social criticism was defined by his relentless mocking of American Philistinism, Puritanism, and anti-intellectualism. He coined the term bourgeoisie to describe the uncultured, uneducated, and easily manipulated middle class that dominated American democracy and stifled genuine artistic expression. Okay, right. Which American poet is known for using lowercase letters extensively and breaking the standard rule of grammar and punctuation? I will repeat the question because many are watching on YouTube as well. So, which American poet is known for using lowercase letters extensively and breaking standard rules of grammar and punctuation? Obviously, E. E. Cummings. E. E. Cummings. Okay. Are the questions good? Are you enjoying? Which of the following novels by John Steinbeck is set during the Great Depression and follows the Joad family? The Grapes of Wrath. The Grapes of Wrath. Published in 1939, this Pulitzer Prize winning masterpiece directly follows the Joad family, who were forced to leave their Oklahoma home due to the Dust Bowl. Okay. So Holden Caulfield is the protagonist of which work? Holden Caulfield is the protagonist of which work? The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. Right. Which literary movement emphasized objective, unromanticized re- representations of everyday life and middle class characters? Realism. Realism is a 19th century literary movement that actively rejected the emotional excess and romanticized ideals of romanticism. Instead, it focused on objective, truthful, and unvarnished representations of everyday life and ordinary middle class characters. Okay. Their Eyes Were Watching God is a work by. Their Eyes Were Watching God is a work by Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale Hurston. She belonged to which movement? She belonged to which movement? Harlem Renaissance of 1920s. Harlem Renaissance of 1920s. 1920s. Which novel by Ralph Ellison famously explores themes of invisibility, race, and identity in America? Invisible Man, 1952. Invisible Man, 1952. Same year as Franz Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks. Black Skin, White Masks. The Raven is a poem by. The Raven is a poem by Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe. Which essay by Edgar Allan Poe elaborated his process of composition of the Raven? Which essay by Edgar Allan Poe elaborated his process of the composition of the Raven? The Philosophy of Composition. The Philosophy of Composition. Edgar Allan Poe belonged to which movement? Edgar Allan Poe belonged to which movement? Dark Romanticism. Dark Romanticism. Correct. Chalo. In Henry James's The Portrait of a Lady, who is the wealthy American invalid who leaves Isabel Archer for a vast fortune? It is Ralph Touchett. Ralph Touchett. Okay. What is the primary setting for William Faulkner's fictional Yoknapatawpha County? What is the primary setting for William Faulkner's fictional Yoknapatawpha County? Mississippi. Mississippi. William Faulkner's famous fictional setting is an apocryphal Yoknapatawpha County located in north central Mississippi. North central Mississippi. Which 1845 work is considered a masterpiece of slave narrative literature written by an escaped slave and abolitionist? Which 1845 work is considered a masterpiece of slave narrative literature written by an escaped slave and abolitionist? Narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave. Narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, an American slave, 1845. 1845. 1845. D. I will tell you, wait, just give me a second. I took it from one of the set PYQs, this question, so I have to check once. Who coined the term the jazz age? Who coined the term the jazz age? F. Scott Fitzgerald. F. Scott Fitzgerald coined the term the jazz age. The jazz age. The American Scholar was originally a Phi Beta Kappa address delivered by whom? The American Scholar was originally a speech delivered by Emerson. Emerson. Uncle Tom's Cabin is a novel by? Uncle Tom's Cabin is a novel by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Harriet Beecher Stowe. In Herman Melville's Moby Dick, what is the name of the captain of Picard? What is the name of the captain of Picard? Captain Ahab. Captain Ahab, right. Who wrote plays like The Crucible, All My Sons? The Crucible, All My Sons. These are plays by Arthur Miller. Arthur Miller. What is the year of All My Sons? What is the year of All My Sons? 1947. All My Sons, 1947. 1947. A farewell to arms, for whom the bell tolls, the sun also rises. These are works by A farewell to arms, for whom the bell tolls, the sun also rises. A works by Ernest Hemingway. Ernest Hemingway. Okay. Which movement in American literature and art featured highly complex, associative, and non-linear structures to respond to a fragmented world? Postmodernism. Postmodernism. So who wrote The Catcher in the Rye? The Catcher in the Rye is by J.D. Salinger. J.D. Salinger. Who created the character Rip Van Winkle? Who created the character Rip Van Winkle? Washington Irving. Washington Irving. Let's do some statement-based questions before I leave you all. Ready? Chalo. Statement 1. The Harlem Renaissance was an intellectual and cultural revival of African American music, dance, art, fashion and literature, theater, and politics centered in New York. Statement 2. The movement had no political or social implications and was exclusively dedicated to imitating European classical literature. 1 is true, 2 is false. The Harlem Renaissance was an explosive intellectual and cultural revival of African American music, art, theater, and politics centered in Harlem, New York during 1920s and 30s. That's correct. But it's false that it had no political connections. It's wrong. Because this movement was deeply rooted in social and political activism, aiming to redefine African American identity and challenge racial uh, racial stereotypes rather than exclusively imitating European classical literatures. Okay, I'm really sorry for my stammering, but when I speak continuously, I start stammering. So I'm really sorry for that. And thank you so much for bearing with me because I know it can be really annoying at times. But at times I cannot control my stammering. That's why I hope that's okay with you guys. I'm really sorry for this though. Okay. Actually, when I speak continuously, I can't control my stammering at times. Yeah. So now statement one. Emily Dickinson's poetry is noted for its idiosyncratic capitalization, slant rhyme, and deep exploration of internal psychological and metaphysical landscapes. Statement two. Dickinson was widely famous as a major literary figure during her own lifetime, publishing several volumes of poetry. Again, one is true, but two is false. Emily Dickinson's poetry is famous for its unconventional capitalization and experimental slant rhymes and deep, profound explorations of the soul, mortality, and the human mind. That's correct. But Dickinson was never famous during her lifetime. She lived a very isolated life in Amherst, Massachusetts, and she wrote nearly 1,800 poems, but only about 10 of them were published when she was alive. So one is true, two is false. C, yes. Next, Native Son by Richard Wright revolves around Bigger Thomas, who embodies the suffocating, destructive effects of systematic racism. Bigger Thomas is ultimately exonerated of all crimes at the end of the novel and escapes to North. Again, one is true, two is false. In Richard Wright's Native Son, the protagonist, Bigger Thomas, is widely recognized by literary scholars as the embodiment of psychological damage and destructive forces caused by systematic racism in America. Two is false. He is not exonerated, despite the efforts of his defense attorney, Boris Max. Thomas Bigger is convicted of murder and is sentenced to death at the end of the novel. He does not escape to the north. Okay, we have 2 more minutes left, so let's do one more question. Then Khushi will continue. Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper. It highlights the oppressive nature of 19th century patriarchal arrest cure. The protagonist of the story ultimately regains her mental health by conforming perfectly to her husband's instructions. Again, one is true, two is false. One is true that the story critiques the 19th century patriarchal arrest cure. However, two is false, as the protagonist does not regain her mental health. Instead, she suffers a complete psychological breakdown and descends into madness while confined. Khushi, with your permission, I would like to do one more question with them and then I will stop. I hope that's okay with you, Khushi. Yeah, okay. Just one more question, but then I will stop. Okay. So William Faulkner's Yoknapatawpha County is a fictional representation of the American South, serving as a microcosm to explore universal themes of history, morality, and time. The Sound and the Fury uses stream of consciousness narration to convey the disintegration of the Compson family. Both are true. Yes, both are true. Faulkner's Yoknapatawpha County is a fictional representation of the American South, and it serves as a microcosm to explore universal themes of history, morality, and time. And The Sound and the Fury, it uses stream of consciousness narrative technique to convey the disintegration of the Compson family. Both are true. Both are true. Clear? All right. So yes, Khushi, over to you now. I will make you the host. Okay. And thank you so much to you all. Please keep learning and take care. We will see you all again. I will see you all again tomorrow. Okay. And now Khushi ma'am will continue with you with American. So stay tuned. Don't leave. Okay. Chalo. Yes, Khushi, I'm leaving now. It's over to you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Hope you all are enjoying our marathon session. Yeah. So I'm so sorry there's a power cut at my place. So please bear with me. Okay. Good evening. Good evening. Hello. Hello. So today we'll be revising Encyclopedia 2 of American Literature. Yes. So are you all ready? Do you need a 1 minute break? Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, sure, sure. You can have a 2 minute break and we'll start at 9:20 sharp. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So good evening. Let's get started. Okay. So my first question for today is regarding a poem. You have to tell me. I'll tell you the opening lines. You have to tell me from which poem these lines have been taken. Okay, so it's a very famous poem of American literature. The opening line says, you do not do any more black shoe. Oh, thank God. Yeah, the power cut is back. I mean, there was a power cut, but yeah, it's fine now. Yeah, so you do not do any more black shoe are the opening lines of Daddy. That is a poem by Sylvia Plath. Yes, it's a poem by Sylvia Plath. Are you able to recall any other famous poem by Plath? Are you able to recall any famous poem by Plath? Yes, it's, yeah, Ariel poems. Then we have Lady Lazarus. Right. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. And which is that novel that Sylvia Plath has written? Yes, it's The Bell Jar. Do you remember the pseudonym that Sylvia Plath has used in this novel, Bell Jar? Tell me. Yes, it's Victoria Lucas. It's Victoria Lucas. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, tell me, there's a work by Eugene O'Neill where he mentions about tyrant family, and this work was posthumously published. This work of Eugene O'Neill was posthumously published, and it talks about tyrant family. Yes, this work is Long Day's Journey into the Night. Long Day's Journey into the Night. Yes, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Yeah. Tell me, are you aware about Norman Mailer's works? What kind of works is he popular? I mean, is he famous for writing? Is he famous for writing dystopian fiction? Is he famous for writing creative non-fiction or faction works? Norman Mailer is famous for writing creative non-fiction works, and creative non-fiction is also known as faction. Right? Yes, he's a faction writer. Okay. And yes, do you remember his works? Yes, somebody has rightly mentioned that he has written The Naked and the Dead. He also wrote The Armies of the Night, The Executioner's Song. Right. So The Naked and the Dead, The Executioner's Song, and The Armies of the Night. Right. Okay. So tell me, yeah, tell me, yeah. So there is this president of United States who gives this inaugural address, and he says these famous words: ask not what you have done, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. So who says these words? Yes, these words are by, yes, these words are by John F. Kennedy. Yes, John F. Kennedy was elected as the 35th president of the United States, right, in the year 1960. Okay, in the year 1960. And he was assassinated in the year, yes, it's an example of, yeah, it's an example of chiasmus. Yeah, so he was assassinated in the year 1963. 1963. And is there anything important that took place in the year 1963, especially with reference to Sylvia Plath? Yes. Yes, she died in the year 1963. So the timeline of Sylvia Plath is from 1932 to 1963. Yes, she died in the year 1963. Right, right. Okay. Yes. Um, Tell me, who's the protagonist of the work Catch 22? Who is the protagonist in the work Catch 22? Yes, the protagonist in the work Catch 22 is Captain John Yossarian. Okay, Captain John Yossarian is the protagonist in the work Catch 22. And who wrote Catch 22? Who wrote? Yes, it's by Joseph Heller. Catch 22 is a famous work by Joseph Heller, which was published in the year 1961. Okay, it was published in the year 1961. Right. Yes. Okay. So since we were talking about creative nonfiction and Norman Mailer is one of the writers of creative nonfiction, are you able to recall any other writer who's famous for writing creative nonfiction? Any other writer other than Norman Mailer who's famous for writing creative nonfiction? We have Truman Capote. I'm sure you have heard Truman Capote's name. We have Tom Wolfe. Then there is also Hunter S. Thompson. Okay. So Truman Capote, Tom Wolfe, and Hunter S. Thompson. Right. Okay. And who wrote Slaughterhouse 5? Who wrote Slaughterhouse 5? Yes, it's a famous work by Kurt Vonnegut. Okay. Please remember this, that Slaughterhouse 5 is a work by Kurt Vonnegut. Right. Yes. And Kurt Vonnegut has also written this work called Cat's Cradle. He also wrote this work called Cat's Cradle. Right. Okay. Tell me the name of the graphic novel that was written by Art Spiegelman. Graphic novel by Art Spiegelman. Yes. Wonderful, wonderful. That's right. It's called Mouse. It's called Mouse. It's a graphic novel by Art Spiegelman. Right. Yes. And yeah, and this work is a part of Holocaust literature. And it is set against the Holocaust. Yeah, it talks about the Holocaust. Yes. And similarly, there's also another work by William Styrant that talks about the Holocaust. Can you tell me the name of the work? Yes, that's right. It's called Sophie's Choice. The work is called Sophie's Choice. Right. Okay. Have you heard the name of Rachel Carlson? Have you heard about Rachel Carson? And in what context? Yes, yes. Rachel Carlson has written Silent Spring. Rachel Carlson has written Silent Spring. And it came out in the year 1962. Okay, please remember that Catch 22 was published in the year 1961. And in the next year, 1962, we have Rachel Carlson's Silent Spring. And this is a work of environmental studies. Okay. Yes. Tell me, in which year was Allen Ginsberg born? In which year was Allen Ginsberg born? Yes, Allen Ginsberg was born in the year 1926. Yes, Allen Ginsberg was born in the year 1926. Right. Okay, so now that we are talking about Ginsberg, do you remember who wrote Kaddish? Who wrote Kaddish? It's a work by Allen Ginsberg. Allen Ginsberg is known for writing Kaddish. Then there is Howl, right? Yes. And Howl is written in the Howl is written in the breadth length format. Okay. Please remember that Howl is written in the breadth length format. Right. Right. So tell me, have you all heard about this term called McCarthyism? Have you heard about this term called McCarthyism? Yes. So, yeah. So McCarthyism was against the communism, right? Yes. Yeah. And it began with a strike on the left wing intellectuals, right? Okay. Yes, yes, yes. You all are giving me correct answers. Yes, Miller has written about, I mean, he has written against McCarthyism, right? Okay. Yes. Right. Tell me, which is this work by Graham Greene that is set against the Vietnam War? It's a very famous work by Graham Greene, which is set against the Vietnam War. And I think there has been a question previously asked, I mean, regarding this area. Yes, it's called The Quiet American. So Graham Greene wrote The Quiet American, which is set against, against the Vietnam War. Yes, and it was published in the year 1955. It was published in the year 1955. And Norman Mailer has written, Why Are We in Vietnam? Okay. So Norman Mailer has also written against the Vietnam War. And Norman Mailer wrote a novel called Why Are We in Vietnam? Okay. Right. Tell me who's related to the movement of subcultures. I'm sure you have heard about subcultures and countercultures, especially in context of literary theory and cultural studies. So tell me who's associated to the movement of subcultures. No, subcultures. Yeah, subcultures was associated with Dick Hebditch. Okay, it was associated to Dick Hebditch. And similarly, we have this movement of counterculture, and counterculture is associated to Theodore Roszak. That's right. That's right. Yes. Okay. And then you also have Black Power movement, you have punk writers, Black Arts movement. All of these are very important. So tell me, who are the writers who are associated to Black Arts movement? Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, I can understand. Sometimes we do get confused, but no worries, we'll revise it together. So, Black Art Movement's writer would include Gwendolyn Brooks. You have James Baldwin. Okay, you can just note it down, or you can just listen to, listen to it. So, Black Arts Movement includes Gwendolyn Brooks. You have James Baldwin. You have Audre Lorde, right? No, there's also Nikki Giovanni, right? And there's also Tozanke Shange. There's also Tozake Shange. Okay, right. All right. Tell me, yes. So now that we are talking about Black Arts Movement, tell me who wrote this work called Dutchman? Who wrote? Yeah, do not worry about these things. You will remember everything in the exam hall. Don't worry about it. You have studied so much, you have prepared everything thoroughly. So it's just that it's the last it's the last movement nervousness that's happening right now. But I'm sure you will remember everything in the exam room. Okay. So don't worry about it. Yes. Amiri Baraka, Amiri Baraka wrote this work called Dutchman. Right. And tell me the pseudonym of Amiri Baraka. Amiri Baraka wrote under the pseudonym of, yes, Lloyd Jones. Yes, Lloyd Jones. Right. Yes. And we also have this person called Charles Olson. Charles Olson is famous for writing projective verse. Okay. Charles Olson is famous for writing projective verse. Right. Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Tell me which poem opens with the line, I have done it again. 1 year in every 10, I manage it. Yes. These lines are from the poem Lady Lazarus. Right. These lines are from the poem Lady Lazarus. Right. And Sylvia Plath has also written about the Colossus. Right. Morning Song. Yes. Fever 103 degrees. Ariel, Medusa, Blackberry. Right. All of these are poems by Sylvia Plath. Okay. Right. So, my next question is, tell me, in which work we have this narrator named William Lee? Tell me, in which work we have this narrator named William Lee? And this work was published in the year 1959. This work was published in the year 1959. The work that I'm talking about is Naked Lunch. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. It's Naked Lunch, which was published in the year 1959, and the name of the narrator here is William Lee. Okay. Yes. Tell me who wrote Nova Trilogy. Yeah, please, once you go back after this class, try to revise about the trilogies. And it's very important to look at these trilogies. I'll ask you about a few of them, but I want all of you to go back and read about it. Read about it and specifically look at the titles of these works. So tell me who's famous for writing Nova Trilogy? Yes, Nova Trilogy is by William S. Burroughs. Nova Trilogy is by William S. Burroughs. So will you remember that now? Will you remember that now? Nova Trilogy is by William S. Burroughs. Okay. Yes. And Allen Ginsberg's Howl was published in the year. It was published in the year 1956. It was published in the year 1956. And William S. Burroughs was also a very, he was a famous musician. And he also wrote Junkie. He also wrote Junkie. Okay. Yes. Right. Tell me what kind of a work is On the Road? Is it a Bildungsroman? Is it a Roman à clef? What kind of a work is On the Road? It's a Roman à clef. Yes, it's a Roman à clef. Yes, it's a novel with a key. Right. Okay. So, have you heard about Jack Kerouac? Have you all heard about Jack Kerouac? Tell me about his works. Tell me about his works. He wrote, yes, yes. He wrote Mexico City Blues. Yes. Right, right. That's right. All of you are giving me correct answers. That's right. Yes. Yes. And his works actually deal with Catholic spirituality as well as Buddhism, right? So in his works, you will find a discussion about Catholic spirituality as well as Buddhism. And his works also deal with jazz. His works also deal with jazz, sexuality, drugs, poverty, right? All of these things are there in Jack Kerouac's works. Okay. He wrote On the Road, which was published in the year, yes, On the Road was published in the year 1957, right? It's a very famous work. Then you have the Dharma Bums, you have Mexico City Blues, right? Yes. The Sea is My Brother, Big Sur, all of these are works by Jack Kerouac, right? Okay. Yes. Tell me the name of the alter ego of Jack Kerouac. Tell me the name of alter ego of Jack Kerouac. The name of the alter ego of Jack Kerouac is Jack Dulos. Okay. Yes. Yes. The name of the alter ego of Jack Kerouac is Jack Dulos. Okay, right. Yes. So I'll tell you once again that Jack Kerouac has written On the Road. He has also written Mexico City Blues. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. He has written, yes, he has written Mexico City Blues. He has written Dharma Bums. He has also written about The Sea is My Brother, and he has written Big Sur. Okay, Big Sur. Right. Okay. Similarly, when we look at Allen Ginsberg, tell me about the famous works of Allen Ginsberg. Kaddish. There's Kaddish. There's also A Supermarket in California. There's Howl, right? And what else? And what else? There's also a poem called America. Yes. Sunflower Sutra. Right. Yes. And which work has the opening lines? I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving hysterically naked. These are the opening lines of Howl. These are the opening lines of Howl. Yes. Please remember about the poem America and Sunflower Sutra. Yes. Okay. So now that we were talking about, we were talking about Sylvia Plath. Tell me any other poet that you remember who's related to confessional poetry? Any other poet who's related to confessional poetry other than Sylvia Plath? Yes, we have. Yeah, definitely there's Kamla Das in context of Indian writings in English and Indian literature. Yes, but I'm talking about American literature, and in American literature, we have Anne Sexton. Yes, and Robert Lovell has also written. Robert Lovell is also a confessional writer and poet, and he wrote life studies. Right. Robert Lovell wrote life studies. Tell me the publication year of life studies. It's a very important work. Tell me the publication year of this book, Life Studies by Robert Lovell. Yes, the publication year is 1959. The publication year is 1959. Right. And we have poets like W.D. Snodgrass, we have Anne Sexton, we have Sylvia Plath. All of these poets are confessional poets. Right. All of these poets are confessional poets. And Robert Lovell also wrote For the Union Dead, Notebook, and then we have Life Studies. And he also wrote On a Mad Negro Soldier Confined at Munich. It's an important work. He wrote On a Mad Negro Soldier Confined at Munich. Will you remember that? Will you remember that? Yes, he wrote Skunk Hour. That's right. He wrote Skunk Hour, For the Union Dead, Night Sweat. All of these are famous works of Robert Lovell. Right. Okay. Tell me who wrote the Death Notebooks? Who wrote the Death Notebooks? Yes, the Death Notebooks are by Anne Sexton. Yes, they are by Anne Sexton. Right. Okay. Right. So, yeah, since we were talking about confessional poets, now we look at Adrian Rich also. Yes. So Adrian Rich is actually a major figure of post-war American poetry. Okay, please remember that Adrian Rich is a major figure of post-war American poetry. Right. So tell me, who wrote this major collection of poems called Diving into the Wreck? Who wrote this famous collection of poems called Diving into the Wreck? Yes, it's a collection by Adrian Rich. It's a collection by Adrian Rich, and that this collection includes exploratory and angry poems by Adrian Rich. Yes, right. Then Adrian Rich also wrote snapshots of a daughter-in-law. Snapshots of a daughter-in-law. Tell me the famous essay by Adrian Rich. Tell me the famous essay by Adrian Rich. Compulsory heterosexuality and lesbian existence. Compulsory heterosexuality and lesbian existence. It came in the year 1980. Okay, so please remember this. Yes, it came out in the year 1980, and it was published in her book called Blood, Bread and Poetry. So this essay was a part of the book called Blood, Bread and Poetry. Okay, so is it clear for everyone? Are you all following? I hope it's not getting too much. Okay, that's wonderful. Yes. And Adrian Rich has also written, this piece of non-fiction called Of Woman Born, Motherhood as Experience and Institution. Adrian Rich has also written this non-fiction called Of Woman Born, Motherhood as Experience and Institution. Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Tell me, yes. Okay. So tell me, what is the name of this famous novel by Saul Bellow, in which we have a Holocaust survivor of 70 years old? Which novel by Saul Bellow talks about this Holocaust survivor of 70 years old, and he's an old man who's able to see from one eye? The novel is Mr. Samler's Planet. The novel is Mr. Samler's Planet. Okay. And which work by Saul Bellow opens with the line, I am an American Chicago born? Which work by Saul Bellow has the opening lines? No, you are no, you are getting confused. Yeah, which work? It's a very famous work by Saul Bellow, and it opens with the lines, I am an American, Chicago born. So these are the lines of The Adventures of Augie Marsh. These are the lines of Adventures of the Augie Marsh. I would recommend you, I would suggest you to go back and read about the works of Saul Bellow and look at the summaries, and also try to remember the publication years, because I remember that once in the net exam, they have asked to arrange the works of Saul Bellow in chronology. So please look at the publication years and also look at the summary of these works. Okay. Right. All right. Tell me, who wrote Goodbye Columbus and short stories? Who wrote Goodbye Columbus and short stories? Goodbye Columbus and short stories is a work by Philip Roth. Philip Roth. And Philip Roth has also won the Pulitzer Prize for, tell me, for which work Philip Roth won the Pulitzer Prize? It's for American Pastoral. It's for American Pastoral. Right. Yes. Tell me, in which year was Lolita published? Which is the publication year of Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita. I'm sure you all know this. It's a very important work. Lolita by Novakov was published in the year 1955. It was published in the year 1955. Yes. And the name of the psychiatrist in this work is John K. The name of the psychiatrist in this work, Lolita, is John K. Yes. And can you all tell me the name of the memoir by Vladimir Nabokov? The name of the memoir of Vladimir Nabokov? Yes, it's called Speak. It's called Speak Memory. It's called Speak Memory. Right. Have you all heard the name of E.L. Doktorov? Have you all heard the name of E.L. Doktorov? Yes, E.L. Doktorov is famous for writing Book of Daniel. Book of Daniel. Right. Lolita was published in the year 1955, and in the year 1951, we have Catcher in the Rye. Okay. In the year 1951, we have Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. Ankita ma'am was also talking about this. Yes. Okay. Tell me, Chloe is a character in which work? Chloe, who's the wife of the protagonist, is a character in which famous work? Yes, Chloe is a character in Uncle Tom's Cabin. Chloe is a character in Uncle Tom's Cabin. Okay. Please try to remember the characters of the important works and also look at the summaries. Okay. Yes. Tell me, in which year was To Kill a Mockingbird published? To Kill a Mockingbird was published in which year? It was published in the year 1960. It was published in the year 1960. Yes, it was published in the year 1960. Right. And what is the sequel To Kill a Mockingbird? What is the sequel to this work? Yes, absolutely right. It's called Go Set a Watchman. Go Set a Watchman. It's the sequel To Kill a Mockingbird. Yes, in this work, To Kill a Mockingbird, we have this character of Scout. Right, and it's a work by Harper Lee. Right. Tell me, who wrote One Who Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest? Yes, it's a work by Ken Casey. Okay, it's a work by Ken Casey. One Who Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest. Right. And White Noise is a novel by White Tiger is a work by Arvind Adiga, and White Noise is a novel by, yes, Don DeLillo. It's a novel by Don DeLillo. That's right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Tell me, any famous work by Tom Wolfe? I'm sure you have heard about Tom Wolfe. Any famous work that you are able to recall at the moment? Yes, that's right. Candy colored tangerine flake babies. Tom Wolfe wrote, yes, candy colored tangerine flake babies, and also electric Kool-Aid acid test. Yes, Tom Wolfe also wrote electric Kool-Aid and acid test. Right. Okay. Who's famous for writing Rabbit series of novels? Who is this writer who's famous for writing Rabbit series of novels? No, it's not by Tom Wolfe. Rabbit series of novels is actually, it's actually by John Updike. Rabbit series of novels is by John Updike. Okay. And John Updike also wrote this novel called Terrorist. He also wrote this novel called Terrorist. And John Updike is also famous for the Scarlet Letter trilogy. Please note this down. It's very important. Please remember that John Updike is famous for writing Scarlet Letter trilogy? Right. Okay. Yes. Nova trilogy was by William S. Burroughs, and this Scarlet Letter trilogy is by John Updike. Right. Snow White is a famous work by Donald Barthelme. Yes, that's right. Okay. Who wrote No Country for Old Men? Who wrote No Country for Old Men? Yes, it's a work by Cormac McCarthy. It's a work by Cormac McCarthy. And have you heard about Sam Shepard? Have you heard about Sam Shepard? What is he famous for writing? What is he famous for writing? Yes, Sam Shepard wrote The Buried Child. He wrote Buried Child. Yeah, since we were talking about trilogy, I want you to, I want you to note this down that Paul Auster is also famous for writing New York trilogy. Paul Auster is famous for his New York trilogy. Okay, please remember this. Right. Okay, so what kind of fiction? What kind of fiction Ray Bradbury used to write? Is he famous for writing historical fiction? Is he famous for writing science fiction? Is he famous for writing punk fiction? Yes, Ray Bradbury is known for writing science fiction, right? He wrote Fahrenheit 451. He wrote Fahrenheit 451. And 1985 is a work by, yeah, yes. 1985 is a work by Anthony Burgess. Anthony Burgess also wrote, Anthony Burgess is famous for writing Clockwork Orange. That's right. Is famous for writing Clockwork Orange. Okay, so have you heard about Discworld series? Have you heard about Discworld series? Yeah, Malayan trilogy. Yes, that is also there. Yeah. So have you heard about Discworld trilogy? Yes. Discworld series, sorry, not trilogy. Discworld series is by Terry Pratchett. It's very important, okay? Discworld series is by Terry Pratchett. Yes. And similarly, have you heard of Neil Gaiman? Neil Gaiman. Yes, Neil Gaiman wrote Sandman. Neil Gaiman has written Sandman. Right. Okay. Okay, so now I will ask you a few questions related to African American literature. I don't think we have much time left. Okay, so we will end in next 10 minutes. Okay, so since we started at 9:20, so I need 10 more minutes. Will that be okay for all of you? Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, okay. Okay, tell me who wrote these works called Annie Allen, Maud Martha? Who's famous for writing these works like Annie Allen, Maud Martha? These are works by Gwendolyn Brooks. These are works by Gwendolyn Brooks. That's right. Yes. And Richard Wright is famous for his work Native Son. Richard Wright is famous for his work Native Son. Who's the protagonist in this work Native Son? Is this the story of Bigger Thomas? Yes, it's the story of Bigger Thomas. Right. And Richard Wright has also written White Man Listen. Okay, so he also wrote this work, White Man Listen. Right. Tell me in which year we have Go Tell It on the Mountain being published. Go Tell It on the Mountain was published in the year 1953. Go Tell It on the Mountain was published in the year 1953, and it's a work by It's a work by, yes, it was published in, yes, it was published in 1953, and it's a work by James Baldwin. It's a work by James Baldwin. Yes. Okay. Yes. I'm sure you have heard about Ralph Ellison, right? Yes, Ralph Ellison. Yes, yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. The work Invisible Man. Yeah. Ralph Ellison has also written Juneteenth. It's a work titled Juneteenth. Okay. Tell me who wrote this poem called On the Pulse of Morning. It's a very famous poem, and the title is On the Pulse of Morning. And do you know that this poem was actually read at the inauguration of Bill Clinton? This poem was actually read at the inauguration of Bill Clinton. Yes, On the Pulse of Morning is a poem by Maya Angelou. It's a poem by Maya Angelou. Okay, will you remember that? Yes, I'm sure you will remember that. Okay, yes. Tell me which work of Toni Morrison has the setting called Bottom? Tell me which work of Toni Morrison is set in a place called Bottom? Yes, the work is Sula. The work is Sula. Yes, tell me about Toni Morrison's trilogy. Tell me about Toni Morrison's trilogy. Yes, Morrison's trilogy includes Beloved, Jazz, and Paradise. Beloved, Jazz, and Paradise. And Beloved was published in the year 1987. Okay. So Beloved was published in the year 1987. All right. Yes. Okay. Yes. And who wrote this work titled A Raisin in the Sun? Who wrote this work titled A Raisin in the Sun? It's by Lauren Hansberry. It's a work by Lauren Hansberry. That's right. Okay. Denver Sethe are the characters in Toni Morrison's. Denver Sethe are the character in Toni Morrison's Beloved. That's right. Absolutely correct. Tell me the publication year of Color Purple. What is the year of publication of Color Purple? Yes, Color Purple was published in the year 1982. Color Purple was published in the year 1982. Yes. Tell me who wrote this famous work called The Stone Angel, which was published in the year 1964. And this person also is famous for the Manawaka series. This person is famous for Manawaka series. The Stone Angel is a work by Margaret Lawrence. It's a work by Margaret Lawrence. That's right. Okay. Audre Lorde, please take down that Audre Lorde is famous for writing cancer journals. Okay. Cancer journals have been written down by Audre Lorde. Right. Yes. Okay. So, have you heard about Octavia E. Butler? Have you all heard about Octavia E. Butler? Yes, Octavia E. Butler is famous for writing science fiction. Famous for writing science fiction. Yes. Right. Tell me who wrote Angels in America, which is a gay fantasia. Who wrote Angels in America? It's a gay fantasia. It's a very important work by Tony Kushner. It's a very important work by Tony Kushner. Right. Angels in America, a gay fantasia. And Lind Natash wrote Sweat and Ruined. Lind Natash wrote Sweat and Ruined. Who wrote this work titled Bodily Harm, wherein the protagonist's name is Rennie Wyford? Who wrote this work titled Bodily Harm, being published in the year 1981, and the name of the protagonist is Rennie Wyford. Yes, it's a work by Margaret Atwood. Yes, it's a work by Margaret Atwood. Right. Okay. And who wrote this work called Middlesex? Who wrote this work titled Middlesex? Yes, it's a work by Jeffrey Eugenides. It's a work by Jeffrey Eugenides. Yes. Okay. Yes. Right. Tell me the publication year of Handmaid's Tale. Tell me the publication year of Handmaid's Tale. It was published. Yes. It was published in the year 1985. It was published in the year 1985. Then Margaret Atwood is also famous for writing poetry collections like Power Politics, Interlunar, The Door, Double Persephone. All these are poetry collections by Margaret Atwood. Right. And she also wrote Survival, a thematic guide to Canadian literature. Right. Okay. And who wrote Song of Achilles and Circe? Who wrote Song of Achilles and Circe? Yes. These works are by Madeline Miller. These works are by Madeline Miller. And who wrote Are Prisons Obsolete? Are Prisons Obsolete? Yes. It's by Angela Davies. It's Our Prisons Obsolete is by Angela Davies. Right. Tell me whose name is Gloria Jean Watkins. Is a very famous writer whose other name is Gloria Jean Watkins. Yes. Yes. It's Bell Hooks. Yes. Bell Hooks is famous for writing Feminism is for Everybody. Bell Hooks is famous for writing Feminism is for Everybody. Yes. Tell me who wrote this famous work called The Hours, on which there is also a movie adaptation. I mean, on which you have a very famous movie adaptation. The Hours, yes. The Hours is a work by Michael Cunningham. It's a work by Michael Cunningham. Yes. Yes. Okay. So have you heard about Susan Sontag? Yes. Susan Sontag is famous for writing Illness as Metaphor. Yes. Yes. Against Interpretation. Notes on Camp. Right. Yes. Notes on Camp. Then you have On Photography. Okay. Yes. Right. And Judith Butler is famous for writing Undoing Gender. Okay. Please remember that Judith Butler is famous for writing Undoing Gender. That's right. Okay. So now, from Latin American literature, tell me who wrote this collection of short stories and essay titled Labyrinths? Who wrote this collection of short stories and essays titled Labyrinths? Yeah, just 3-4 more questions. Yeah. Labyrinth is a collection. Yes, it's a collection of short stories and essay by Jorge Luis Borges. Yes. Yes, that's right. Okay. Yeah. Tell me who's famous. Who's this famous Latin American writer who's famous for writing on India? Yes, it's Octavio Paz. It's Octavio Paz who's famous for his writings on India. Yes, right. I'm sure you are aware about Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Please try to look at the publication year of Gabriel Garcia Marquez's works, because time and again they have asked about Gabriel Garcia Marquez. So please remember the publication year of his works and try to arrange them chronologically. Okay. So he has written 100 Years of Solitude. Then you also have In Evil Hour, right? The Autumn of the Patriarch, all of these, the Chronicles of the Death Foretold, all these are famous works by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. And then he has also written Love in the Time of Cholera, which was published in 1985. Okay. Yes, I want all of you to look at, to look at the Latin American writers and read more about them. Yes, yes, sure. Please read more about Pablo Neruda, read more about Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Paulo Coelho, right? Okay. So, yeah. So, yeah, let's call it a day. And thank you so much, everyone. Yes. Okay. So, I'll end the session now. Please take care. Bye bye, everyone. All the very best. Bye. Good night. Take care. Bye. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.